Okay, welcome everyone. I can't believe that this is the sixth time that we've done this. JATS-Con 2016. I'm going to go over a couple of some information about the room, and then we'll get started with what looks like a really fantastic program. Now we have a hashtag up there for those of you who are into hashtagging. Okay, so some information about the facilities. We'll get this boring stuff out of the way. For those of you who may need to use the restrooms during the day, those are out by the you go to the registration desk and then take a left to the elevators. The men are on the left and the ladies is on the right. Cafeterias. Lunch is on your own. There's a cafeteria down one flight of stairs or down the elevator, one flight. They have handcrafted sandwiches, which is old-fashioned grill, and they have a salad bar and they have some hot food there. Also, if it's not raining too hard, there's the Natchateria across the street. That's the cafeteria in the Natcher building, and it's meatless. No, it's not Meatless Monday. It's a terrific Tuesday. So there might be some Italian pasta over there, but it's a little bit hard to predict. There's also Bethesda is a short walk, but you will have to go through security to get back onto campus. So maybe we'll meet up in Bethesda in the evenings, which should be fun. The registration desk is where you all registered. We'll have people there for both days at all times. So if you lose something or you need to find something or someone, or if you brought a nice coffee mug and were told that you can't bring it into the auditorium and you want to leave it there, somebody will keep an eye on it. And probably, I think I have a special slide for this, so I'll say it more than once. Please, no food and drink in this auditorium. I know it's the biggest complaint we get every year, and we'll just keep getting it because the cost for this facility is very reasonable. Because we're in the National Library of Medicine, we get to use it for no charge. If you can come up with a room that allows us to have food and drink for a better price, we can move the conference there. A couple of people I want to thank, well, before we get started. Our conference committee is the same. This is the group that puts together the program, and they'll be introducing our speakers and generally handling questions throughout the conference. So it's been great working with them for 6 years. And I also want to thank our peer reviewers, a lot of whom are here. And this is the group that reads through the paper proposals and makes comments, not only about is it good or is it bad, or they make comments that say, I didn't really get this. It would be the paper would be better if. And we get a lot of good feedback from people saying the peer review comments have really helped us. So I want to thank everybody who was a peer reviewer. Okay, my special slide. Please, no food and drink in the auditorium. If you see one of your fellow JATS-Con attendees bringing food and drink into the auditorium, please gently remind them that they can't bring it in here, so that I won't have to be the bad guy asking everyone not to bring stuff in. And now I would like to turn things over to Bruce Rosenblum, who will introduce our first speaker.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to JATS-Con 2016. It's my distinct pleasure this morning to introduce our keynote speaker, Angela Cochran. Angela serves as the Journals Director at the American Society for Civil Engineering, which is one of the oldest societies in the United States, going back somewhere into the 19th century, I believe. 1870s. So they've been around for quite a long time. They have a very active publishing program. And in fact, I think part of the reason it's quite fitting to have Angela as our keynote speaker this year is that ASCE publishes journals, books, and standards. And so they are already an active user of JATS and BITS, and they will be looking to use STS in the future. So as an organization using all three tag sets, or suites as the case may be, I think she's particularly appropriate. But that's actually not why we invited her to keynote this morning. Angela wears many hats. I'm actually not quite sure when she sleeps after you hear this list. In addition to being the Journals Director at ASCE, which in and of itself is probably a full-time plus job, as anyone who's ever been a Journals Director would know, she is also President of CSE, and their upcoming annual meeting, I'm sure, has Angela working overtime already prepping for that. But really, the main reason we invited her is she is also a chef at Scholarly Kitchen. How many of you read Scholarly Kitchen? Wow. How many of you read Angela's columns? Almost everyone in the room. That's great, because one of the things that attracted us to Angela is that when it comes to actually parsing through the issues and understanding them and clarifying them and calling a spade when it needs to be called such, she is absolutely at the top of the group of the chefs. She gets it, and she's got an incredibly clear and insightful vision, and that's why we invited her. So without further ado, Angela, good morning.
Wow, thank you, Bruce. I guess my reputation for saying things that, I don't know, maybe nobody else wants to say is well intact. So good morning, and thank you to Bruce and Jeff and the rest of the planning committee for inviting me to address you all today. As stated, my name is Angela Cochran. I'm the Journals Director at ASCE, and we have been around for quite a long time. We have about 150,000 members worldwide. And we publish 36 journals and about 60 books per year, which includes conference proceedings, technical reports, manuals of practice, and standards, as well as a few imprint titles. We also have a bibliographic XML database of everything that we've ever published back to the 1870s. Our books, journals, and proceedings all live on the same platform, so having the tag suites and having standardization in our XML is vitally important to us. So I wanted to take a quick poll of all of you. Raise your hand if you think of yourself as the publisher of technical content. Okay, now raise your hand if you consider yourself to be a metadata distributor. More people. Raise your hand if you don't think there's a difference between the two. At least once a month, my colleagues and I walk out of a meeting and somebody inevitably says, "Do you remember when we used to be publishers?" Because it's the obvious joke when we spend all of our time talking about metadata, talking about digital content distribution, e-commerce solutions, or content licensing issues. It used to be all about fonts and bindings and copy editing, cover design, and now all of that just sort of happens in the background where the meaty stuff is actually happening in the technical areas. It's not only a shift in how we talk about our content, but it's also a shift in our skill base as a group. Of the directors in our publications department, we have acquisitions both on the journals and the book side, production, marketing, business operations, and publishing technology. And the publishing technology group has only existed for about 5 years, and it's made up of mostly longtime staff that came from the production department, but now have shifted their focus on the technology side. While each of us directors have clear product or service lines, it's safe to say that we've all gained significant technology chops in the last 5 to 8 years. All of us have basic to comprehensive understanding of how databases work. All of us have medium to advanced knowledge of XML. All of us know what a taxonomy is and have looked at our taxonomy several times and know how best to apply it to our content. All of us know a whole lot more about e-commerce than we ever wanted to. And all of us think we know about web design. That's not a good thing when everyone in the room thinks they know about web design. And while it's really kind of cool that we all have exposure to these new things, not a single one of us has any formal training in any of this. So there's lots of Googling, going to conferences, participating in workshops, webinars, calling up our vendors and our colleagues and asking lots of questions, and lots of trial and error. As this technology has invaded our happy little publishing space, it's usually my boss who reminds us, and more importantly, others in our building who aren't in the publications department, that this isn't actually what we do. We're not back office people. We're not developers or solutions architects. We don't have a single person with any kind of training like that in publications. We're not content strategists or web designers in that space. So sometimes we mess up. We've built an e-commerce system no fewer than 3 times, and we still don't like it, so there will be a 4th one on the horizon. We've been through major platform upgrades twice. We've packed up and moved platforms, and we are now in the process of the next platform upgrade with a major redesign. We've selected vendors that have promised us the moon and let us down, and we've been unrealistic with vendors also and had to examine our own standards. Last week, I had the honor of addressing colleagues on the other side of the world, quite literally at the ISMTE Asia meeting held in Singapore. I was asked to organize a session about platforms, specifically whether you should buy or build, and also how to move from one platform to another. As Rick Lee from World Scientific and I were both sharing tales of woe, there were lots of heads nodding. Clearly, others were identifying with the pains. And there was an acknowledgement that even the standards aren't always as standard as we would like them to be. I spent a lot of time in my talk talking about how if you think your metadata in your XML is standard, just wait until you change platforms. There was another session at the meeting organized by Tony Alves of Aerie Systems looking at standards such as Crossref, ORCID, and Credit. These systems were described by one of the participants in the meeting as the plumbing of the scholarly publishing system, though I prefer a more civil engineering-related term, infrastructure. There was some retweeting back and forth about that idea of the plumbing of scholarly publishing with people at the meeting and people not at the meeting. And one of the people who I engage with on occasion on Twitter, who's a critic of publishers, made a comment to me about how publishers were very slow to innovate. My response was that was a load of garbage. I didn't actually use that word, but you get what I mean. The industry standards that publishers are creating and the infrastructure that we've been building and supporting and paying for is incredibly sophisticated and complex system. So let's just take the Crossref DOIs as a start. Crossref formed in 2000, as most of you know, as a publisher collaborative to implement the DOIs that were created by the International DOI Foundation as a way to provide the persistent links to the digital content. That, incidentally, is the same year I started working on journals production, having been a book production person prior to that. And adoption of DOIs were slow, as most new technical standards are. Publishers and their vendors were now being asked to tag their metadata in a structured way to insert specific information into that metadata and deposit it with a third party. Back then, linking references was a dream, and now it's obviously expected, and this is enormously helpful to our readers. But I think anytime publishers are asked to sort of drop everything and implement new standards, you'll hear groans from the bleachers. It's hard enough to get content imported into our production systems, copy edited, and competently tagged, that adding anything new is really asking for trouble. New standards can also suffer with some chicken versus the egg problems. ORCID is actually, I think, a good example of that. So ORCID is attempting to solve a number of identified problems in our ecosystem, and perhaps the most critical problem that it solves for publishers is the disambiguation of authors. The trick with ORCID implementation, unlike DOIs, is it actually requires participation from our authors, who don't always understand the benefits and couldn't care less about our plumbing problems. So we end up in a situation where the authors think, okay, that's fine and dandy, but what's in it for me? And at the time, we weren't really able to show a whole lot of value for it, just sort of the promise of the future. And they're not seeing the ORCID show up in publications because publishers are sort of sitting back and waiting until their authors have ORCIDs to do anything. And so you end up with this middle ground, waiting for a tipping point. In the early days of ORCID, I signed on to be an ambassador to try to educate the civil engineers about the value of ORCID. Many of my editors created profiles literally because I told them to. So when people ask them, why do you have an ORCID, they say, because Angela told me to. But they found it, this was really early, and they found it difficult to update their profile with all of their publications. So now, after a few years have passed, we can auto-populate the ORCID records with their publications, but sadly, it may be too late for me to get these original adopters back into it. So I have to do a little more work and a little more PR to convince them that, you know, things have changed and we've moved forward, and now we really need for them to engage again. So I may have asked them to participate a little too soon. It definitely takes some time. You know, one of the business models that ORCID had from the get-go was to work with institutions to get institutions to create ORCID as a persistent identifier for faculty and researchers on staff. And this makes sense to me for universities because, one, they like to know how many papers come out of their organization, and two, they like to know where to find alumni when it's time to do a foundation drive and to raise money. Doesn't it seem that your university knows where you are more than anyone else does? It doesn't matter how many times I move or how many address changes I have, my university can always find me. But now what's happened is that you know, you've got an intermediary there, and really ORCID starts with the person, with the researcher. They need to be the ones to create it. Universities weren't always doing a great job of explaining to people for whom they were creating ORCID records that, you know, what they needed to do with it and that they needed to claim it. And having, while it may have populated the ORCID database with, I don't know, 100,000 or so people, having a database with lots of unclaimed profiles is not really helpful to anyone. So there's a tipping point, and I think for ORCID we're actually at that tipping point where you're seeing publishers and funding agencies now starting to require ORCID. The Open Funder Registry, formerly known as FundRef, is another system that's improving but still causing some challenges for publishers. I can see the benefit of having a disambiguated list of funding agencies, particularly for those agencies that claim to have no way of knowing where their research dollars are going in terms of papers. And while I still may question why this is a problem for publishers to address, it's a requirement for participation in Chorus to have this funder information tagged in our metadata. The issue today is that it's difficult for publishers to tease this information out of our authors, and I think there's going to be a talk about this a little bit later. So publishers can use the widget that's provided through Crossref to find the correct ID and the correct funder name, or another kind of tool that may be provided by our manuscript submission systems. But the authors are still having a difficult time finding their agency among the 11,000 names that are listed. Further, publishers are finding that what the authors put in at the submission system from the drop-down list doesn't always match what's in the acknowledgement section. So this leaves publishers or their vendors to have to tease this information out of the acknowledgements, perhaps abandoning the widget altogether, and query the authors and proofs. Once the funder is clear, the publisher can find the funder ID, populate the tags required, and insert this information in the Crossref tags. And it's not just the ID that's required, it's the funder name that's also required exactly as it appears in the registry. So there will be errors to this process, and we know this because publishers are already starting to include funder ID information in their cross-ref metadata, and the failure rate is particularly high. And this really just goes to show that while it will improve over time, it is difficult to create an authority file, to develop tools for people to navigate that authority file, to train authors on how to use the list, and to train production staff and vendors on how to properly tag the content. We also have new tags for license information so that machines can figure out if something's open access, free for all, free with registration, government, etc. And these licenses are important for public access initiatives as well as text and data mining requests. So most of what I've been talking about so far pertains mostly to journal content, but standards for book content is really crucial, I think, now for those publishers who have book content. Publishers, particularly society publishers, are deeply concerned about what effect public access mandates will have on our subscription revenue. So we're looking for other revenue streams related to content, and better digital product tools around books is one possibility. Publishers are also looking to add value to that version of record that we will be able to maintain under subscription, and trying to make sure that our readers and our libraries see value in continuing to subscribe to the version of record instead of the accepted manuscript in all its double-spaced and typo-ridden glory. So being able to more richly link book content to journals content is one way of doing this, and having tagging standards that are interoperable is crucial. For those of us who publish standards, with a capital S, technical standards for things like buildings or boiler systems or airplane engines, there are remarkable opportunities to provide digital versions with some really neat tools. Being able to connect the research that's published in the journals that were the underlying concepts to make up the standards is a great way for us to expand the audience for our journals into the practitioner market. So implementing standards or this plumbing can be slow, difficult, and potentially expensive. It may not seem obvious at the beginning that these changes will lead to innovation. So looking at some tools or services that are only possible because of the rich infrastructure being built, it really is exciting to see what we've done with this information. So Crossmark, for example, provides additional information relating to content to ensure that people are accessing the most recent version of a paper, and that they have easy pointers to get to the any erratas or retractions. Finding corrections or retractions on some journal websites is appallingly substandard. And I'm talking about very large, very famous name journals where it is next to impossible to find out if that paper has been corrected. Crossmark goes the extra step in ensuring that users know if there's been a correction made, even if they have saved that PDF onto their, saved it locally onto their desktop. And pretty much the entire core system is based on the existing infrastructure, which is why it's not 10 times more expensive than it already is. And I'm not trying to make it sound like it's easy to connect all these papers and connect the DOIs, the funder IDs, and the licensing, but the cost of implementation may have doomed this project if it weren't for the existing infrastructure and plumbing. We also see a lot of innovation from third parties. Companies like Kudos, Mendeley, Colwiz, JournalMap, ReadCube, on and on and on. We see a lot of innovation, and it's all using the infrastructure that we've built. The ability to make content more discoverable by including them in these services is important, but I think what's even more important is significant cost savings to the innovators who don't need to keep building the basic infrastructure one by one every time they want to do something interesting. I think it really has dropped the barriers to innovation when they can get a Crossref feed or use the Crossref API instead of having to come to each and every one of us to ask for information. Now, I do think that there are some downsides to this proliferation of innovation. And I practiced saying that like 50 times last night, proliferation of innovation. So if I screwed up, you'll know that, I haven't had enough coffee this morning. This problem smacks me upside the head every time an author or editor says that they have a ResearchGate account, so they don't need an ORCID. This is one of the most unfortunate things I hear. So I start by trying to explain to them that ORCID is part of the scholarly publishing infrastructure and ResearchGate is not. And once again, our plumbing problems are not of concern to our authors. My next tactic is to explain that ResearchGate is a for-profit entity trying to sell their information that they're putting online. But seeing as this is the exact same business model for Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Google, I don't really win that argument either. They just sort of shrug and say, So we all make calculated risks about how much information we make public and whether we're okay with the companies that we use their services for free, make money off of that. So taking the proliferation problem one step further, I'm not at all convinced that our typical users even know who's providing the tools that they're using. Academia.edu is a prime example. Most users don't even know that there's absolutely nothing .edu about that organization. They purchased the .edu domain before non-educational entities were restricted from doing so. So if users don't know who's providing the tool, they certainly don't know which tools have publisher backing or cooperation, and maybe they don't care. But publishers very much want to be in the digital coffee shop where their readers hang out. Social sharing of content is definitely the defining issue, I think, of this decade. Publishers need to choose how and whether or not they're going to participate in this space. Elsevier made the decision to purchase Mendeley despite the fact that it was chock full of copyright violating material. I suppose there were probably some conversations somewhere in the halls of Elsevier about whether they should buy it or sue it. But now that they've bought it, they're really investing heavily in it with human capital and development. So instead of some unknown third party facilitating sharing of your content, Elsevier is doing it. If you haven't received the Elsevier, the Mendeley amendment to your Scopus or Elsevier agreement, watch your inbox. You'll be getting it shortly, and I would suggest that you read it carefully. On the plus side, Elsevier is promising usage statistics to all the sharing that's going on their Mendeley platform by the end of this year, and I can promise you that that is not anything that ResearchGate or academia.edu will be interested in providing for you. Now, if you don't have $80 million to buy your local sharing hotspot, you can always build a new one and hope that the cool kids come and hang out in your place. Again, this requires a lot of investment, and to date, it seems like only large societies like AAAS with Trellis or American Chemical Society with ChemWorks are able to kind of pull this off. So while it's exciting to see the proliferation of innovation from super creative third-party startups, the light between some of these services is actually quite thin. It wouldn't be a proper publishing conference if there wasn't a lightning session featuring 5 to 8 entrepreneurs giving a 5-minute elevator speech about why they have the next great tool. Maybe 1 or 2 of them have an idea that's pursuing, but the rubber hits the road at some point, and it's usually around money. I would love to see some sort of conference where the publishers show up with suitcases full of cash and we do a Shark Tank style version. No one's taken me up on that suggestion yet. But each of these problems, each of these services is trying to solve a problem that our users might have. And I say might because we don't always know if it's a valid problem or not. But because researchers are not apt to pay for these tools, somebody has to pay for it, and that's where the publishers come from. And again, it's up to the individual publishers to decide if this is something that adds value and whether or not the investment in money and time is a good fit for them. And the investment in time, if you're an early adopter with one of these startups, is not insignificant because these are not companies and entrepreneurs that come from the publishing space. They come from the research space. Most of them are postdocs. And so what they know about publishing and the ecosystem and about our infrastructure is zip. And so you're going to have to tell them everything they need to know. Society publishers in particular are not known for being risk takers, nor do they have a huge pot of cash that they're sitting on just waiting for someone to show up and ask you to invest in. So we sit around and we wait and see where our users go. and take our chances that our users won't find a home in a neighborhood we don't like, such as ResearchGate or academia.edu. So there are a lot of other really exciting things that I find as happening with publisher data. What I'm really excited about these days are analytics that are being developed, and a lot of these analytics really can't be teased out unless we have the proper tagging of our content, and tagging content even earlier than we have been. Companies like Scholarly IQ and Squid Solutions are providing advanced usage analytics, giving us a lot more information about who is using our content, how they're using our content, and where they're popping around on our sites, and that's really important to know. And then content analytics, such as Highwire's Visor products and similar tools in development, are giving us a peek into how our authors are related to each other, how papers are related to each other, journals, what happens to our rejected articles, where they're going, and how often they're being cited. This makes an argument for having some tagging structure done at the beginning of our process as opposed to waiting for the end of the process. And when I saw my first presentation on the Highwire Impact Visor tools, all I could think of was how much we could all learn about the entire scholarly journals ecosystem if there was a large cohort of data shared between publishers. I don't think that will ever happen, but it would be really kind of cool to see if all of the trends that we all know we have within our own systems were happening across the board. And the same would be true for the usage trends. So I'm certainly not an expert on all things digital, but I can't really think of another group or another industry that has the same kind of infrastructure we have with scholarly publishing. It's certainly not free. We all pay membership dues to Crossref and hopefully to ORCID and perhaps to Chorus. You're all here at this meeting every year to ensure that you know the latest. Many of you are probably on JATS-related committees or NISO standards committees because you see the promise of standardization and the innovation that it enables. I'm sure that some of you, when you talk to friends that don't work in publishing, talk about what you do, you get some blank stares back. I do. And people may wonder why you get so excited about XML and DTD schemas. But don't forget to tell them about the cool stuff that feed off of it. So John Oliver did a piece last year on his show Last Week Tonight about our country's failing infrastructure, which we were very excited about because ASCE got a nod in it. He highlighted the one thing that civil engineers know that we really need to take a lesson from, and that's that infrastructure is not always sexy, but it is vitally important in order to move civilization forward. As publishers, we either need to innovate or partner with those who are innovating, or as my mother always said, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Starting with structured content and maintaining our own infrastructure is the first step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Angela. Jeff, do we have a few minutes for questions, or should we move on to...
If Angela wants to take some questions.
Angela, are you open for questions? Okay. So the protocol for questions at JATS-Con is you all have microphones in front of you, and if you push the button at the base of your microphone, a little red light will come on, which means it's live, and because we are being broadcast, please do use your microphone when you are asking a question, and please just give your name and your organization when you're asking. So, open it up to questions for Angela. I actually have one while you're thinking. You were talking about the difficulty in finding retractions, and would it be useful if somebody, and I certainly have my frustrations that a lot of publishers don't deposit crossmark information about retractions to Crossref. Would it be useful if someone like Ivan Ransky put together an independent database that basically had all retractions and tied them together?
So Ivan Ransky is doing that, and they've gotten some funding to go ahead and do that. You know, I kind of go back and forth about the utility. And on the one hand, I think it's helpful to know, and then on the other side, I wonder what people are going to do with that information. There's a lot of reasons why articles get retracted. and I do worry about sometimes there being the stigma of retraction. And to be quite honest, I think that sometimes Retraction Watch pushes that to the limit. If you look at some of the comments, I do feel like honest mistakes are sometimes exacerbated in the comments, and that a lot of times there's this assumption that the publisher or the editor has not done their due diligence if a paper needs to be retracted, and we know that things happen. I do think that it should be obvious, and I think that there are some pretty easy steps that publishers can take to make sure that retracted content, that it's obvious to users that it's retracted. So one of the things that we do at ASCE is we change the title of the original paper so that it says retracted before the title. So anytime it shows up in search results, it's going to show up as retracted. And then we watermark the original with the word retracted across the original PDF. We are actually not participating in Crossmark at this point. That's something that I would like to do going forward, but we haven't quite figured that one out yet. Being straightforward about it and making sure that our retractions are also clear about why we're retracting the article, and being a little more transparent about what happens in the background is important too. I'm working on a session actually for CSE about what happens after retraction, and that's something that I'm very interested in exploring, is once a paper has been retracted, what happens when it gets cited? Are there ways to make sure that they don't get cited? What happens to the impact factor of a journal if a paper that had been cited a lot does get retracted? So these are all sort of things that I don't know that we actually have a lot of answers on. So.
Sounds like an area where we could use some best practices.
We definitely could use some best practices. And I mean, there's COPE practices about what to do with retractions, but from a technical standpoint, they just sort of get thrown up on the website and maybe linked in some way, but being a little more transparent about papers being retracted is important.
Questions from the audience?
Hi, Dorothy Hoskin from Adipon. I just wanted to ask you about what your problems are with the uncleaned profiles for the orchid, and what do you do to clean them?
I don't know that I'm the right person to answer that question. We have Laurel Hawk here. I don't know if you want to.
You want to take, I can take this at lunch, but yeah, unclaimed records, it's really just a process of going back to the individual and trying to re-engage them. And we have a whole process on our support desk for managing unclaimed records where a person may have moved from the organization that created them to a new organization. So that's really just contact us if you find somebody who has a record that they haven't claimed and can't claim because their email address has changed.
The ORCID validation process is important, and we're just now implementing. We've been collecting ORCID within our editorial manager system, and there's a validation step there. But one of the things that we have found when we've pulled a report of everybody who's gone in and put their ORCID into their profile is that it is not uncommon with 36 journals to have people that are associated with more than one journal. And the way our editorial manager system is set up, it's not a centralized database, so there are 36 separate databases. So somebody goes through the trouble of fetching their ORCID and validating it on one site, and then they just cut and paste the ORCID into the next 5 sites, and they don't take the extra step in validating. And so that ORCID is only going to travel with the papers that are associated with the one journal instead of with the 4 other journals. So we're trying to figure out how to communicate that to our authors, that they should that they have to actually take that extra step to validate it in each one of our databases.
I think we have time for one more question. Chuck?
Hi, Angela. Chuck Kosher, Crossref. So the funding information is in the acknowledgments and it's entered by the author through manuscript systems. Which of those two sources do you find to be the more accurate one?
The acknowledgments. We turned on the funder ID implementation in editorial manager, and after a couple of months pulled a report, and it was like 3,000 lines of garbage. There were still 11 different ways that the National Science Foundation of China was indicated on the list, as well as stuff that just wasn't in the registry. So we pretty much abandoned it. I would desperately like to know where the funding for our papers have come from, because I have no idea what kind of impact public access mandates will have on my program, because I don't know who's funding the work. I went through the process of trolling through about 900 abstracts 2 years or so ago and tried to do this manually, and that gave me an idea, but it was only a subset of papers. And so I was hoping that we could just turn on the Funder ID widget and bam, I would know exactly how many papers were coming from DOT and USGS and NSF, and that turned out to be not true. So right now I think the acknowledgements are probably the best way to find that information.
Great. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Angela. Okay. Chuck's question is actually a great segue to our next speaker, Sasha Schwartzman. And Scott, are you both speaking?
We're both speaking.
Okay. I'm sorry. I only got introduction information for both of you, so I'm going to, for one of you, so I'm going to wing it here. Scott, what is your title at OSA?
My mouth's a little dry, Bruce. I didn't get a drink of water thanks to the rose here. I'm the Senior Director of Pubs Production and Technology at the Optical Society.
Okay, and Sasha has also been at the OSA now for about 3 years, I think.
Almost four.
Almost 4. He used to be at American Geophysical Union. And Sasha's actually been working with SGML since 1995. Both have been involved in a variety of community projects over the years. One of the more important is that Sasha was co-chair of the NISO NFACE initiative on supplementary materials. If any of you are publishing supplementary materials and haven't read that, I strongly recommend you look at that work. It was great work. But they are here this morning, I think, to talk a little bit more about the experiences of dealing with funding and funding data, as it's now called. So
Hold on to your seats. That's right. Okay.
Before we get started, there is some water for speakers.
Now you tell me. Thanks, Jeff. Well, good morning. I have the great pleasure of working for the Optical Society with my colleague Sasha. And the Optical Society celebrates its 100th birthday this year. So 100 years ago, the Optical Society was helping researchers develop the first portable cameras. And in the 1960s, the OSA helped bring in the laser revolution. And today, it's part of the major enabling technologies in defense, communications, and biomedicine. OSA serves its communities by running technical meetings, student outreach programs, and we have a very robust publishing program that's run by OSA staff and also by the many senior scientists who volunteer to help serve as governance for our publications. And we've been very successful, as you can see, both on the content side and on the technology side. We built and manage our own platform, and I think we're feeling pretty proud of ourselves. But the climate for publishers has changed over the past 3 or 4 years, and the slide you see now indicates an aspect of how staff are feeling. Why do we feel this way? Why is there a somewhat hostile publishing environment? Well, there have been stories in the media about fake papers being published in major journals. There has been strong sympathy expressed for sites like Sci-Hub, who are not doing anything wrong, just stealing publishers' papers and making them available on pirate websites. There's a growing lack of awareness of what publishers do. As Angela mentioned, the traditional publishers roles are really being overshadowed by new obligations we have. And as you know, a lot of these obligations have to do with public access, which is the, it's kind of dark, right, the elephant in the room. So public access brings with it a lot of new obligations and questions. How will these open access papers be licensed? Who's going to pay? Our executives need to know who's funding the papers. And for the staff at the OSA, we really need to know who's funding these papers so that we can meet our obligations to organizations like Chorus, so that we can tell our executive director who's funding the papers and the public at large. And we're going to talk about how we're trying to tackle that problem today. Or is there a problem? Maybe there's not a problem, because Crossref has put together a list of all the funding agencies in the world, right? And we can just tell our authors to select the funders that are funding their papers. Did I mention that, Sasha?
Huh? You didn't tell me it's so easy, I guess.
All right,
I'll just
we're
go
gonna
and sit down now.
Thank you. You know it's not that easy.
I'll have to come back, I guess.
I think you'll have to come back. We have tried many of the things that Angela mentioned. We did hook up to our manuscript submission system the FundRef widget, the Open Funder Registry widget. Because authors put a lot of detailed, verbose information in their acknowledgments, we created a separate funding section that has very concise statements about the funding. We trained our staff and vendors to normalize how names of funders are expressed and to attach IDs to them from the Open Funder Registry. And we prompt the authors at every stage to check the funding, especially after OSA has done something with the funding. And there were still too many misses. You may have heard me laughing in the corner at the mention of many different ways to express the Natural National Science Foundation of China, because that's a tremendous problem. And authors are sometimes just typing in the funding information that's in their paper, and it doesn't always match with an ID in our system. They'll often also use things like acronyms that don't exist in the registry, but are very, very common. Agencies that don't necessarily exist in the registry. We've captured bad information with the funders. And sometimes the funding information looks correct to us. For whatever reason, we just didn't manage to capture the DOI from the Open Funder Registry. So now it's really time to hold on to your seats. Sasha's going to tell you what he's been working on over the past 12 months?
Yeah, about a year.
Okay, here's the magic wand, my friend,
Thank you.
and I'll get out of your way.
Thank you, Scott. I'm going to talk in my part of the presentation about this. I'll introduce the terminology that we are going to use for the rest of our presentation. And then I'll spend quite a lot of time thinking with you about what does it mean to ensure the funding information integrity and the requirements that we managed to formulate to ensure that integrity. I'll walk you through the implementation rather quickly of those requirements and spend a little bit of time describing the additional benefits that we have been able to derive from our solution, such as meeting our chorus obligation and CC BY licensing obligations. Finally, before turning it over back to Scott, I will highlight a few challenges that still remain. So each funder or funding agency, I will use those two terms interchangeably, is characterized by several parameters, several metadata elements. Each one is identified by the digital object identifier and has a few names that we will refer to as labels. A preferred label is the official name of the agency. It is usually unique. For all intents and purposes, it is unique. An agency, a finding agency, can have an alternate label. It may or may not have it, and it may have more than one. And finally, a finding agency may have an acronym. If the acronym exists, it is only one acronym. We will use a term canonical representation. When we talk about canonical representation of a funder, it is simply a preferred label followed by an acronym in parentheses if it exists, such as U.S. Department of Energy, which is the preferred label, and DOE in parentheses, which is an acronym. What you see in front of you is a snippet, a symbolic snippet of markup that we use at OSA. Finding source, a finding agency, is identified, a label is identified, the DOI is also identified. As Scott mentioned, we have a dedicated section where we specify finding information, and we have acknowledgements. As you can see, in the metadata and in the finding section, the information is structured. We have structured markup. And in the acknowledgements, it is just a PC data where we have no structured markup, no tagging. Now, no doubt, many of you can recognize that this is not the only way to mark up finding information. In JATS, we can use institution ID. Also, not every publisher has a finding section. However, our solution is general enough to address two fundamental problems that Angela mentioned. Namely, that we want to ensure integrity of finding information. What do I mean by integrity? It is consistency with the funding registry, with the open funder registry, which used to be called FundRef, and we want to have consistency within our paper. For example, if something is mentioned in acknowledgements, we want to be sure that it is reflected in the metadata. Metadata is of a paramount importance. This is where we derive our internal business intelligence that every publisher needs. This is what we exchange with our partners through Crossref. And so it is of enormous importance to ensure that the information in the metadata, finding information in the metadata, is correct. It is also the source of fulfilling our obligations to comply with federal mandates, such as CORS. So how can we ensure that integrity? Well, if we recognize that a label is one from the open funder registry, then we need to make sure that the DOI is present and is correct. It is for that agency. Conversely, if we recognize a DOI as being from the registry, then we need to make sure that our funder is represented canonically. It has an official agency name and an acronym. Now, because OSA journals have a special finding section, and both the metadata and the finding section are structured, we need to make sure that the set of DOIs found in the finding section and the set of DOIs in the metadata match. There is no discrepancy. And finally, and importantly, we need to make sure that whatever agency might be mentioned in the acknowledgements, we need to check if the DOI for that registry is present in the metadata. Now, the fact that a certain agency or funder is mentioned in acknowledgements may or may not mean that it is really a funder, but only a human can decide that. And we, as a quality control professionals, need to prompt the staff member to check if it is the case. And so, to recap, we have 4 requirements. If we recognize a label as being from the registry, then we need to make sure that the DOI is present and correct. If we recognize the DOI as being from the registry, then we need to make sure that our funder is represented canonically. Preferred label, acronym if it exists. We need to make sure that the DOIs in the metadata and in the finding section, in the special finding section, they match, there is no discrepancy. And finally, if we find something in acknowledgement that looks like a finding agency, we need to check if the DOI for that metadata, the DOI for the funder is present in the metadata. The first 2 requirements have to do with the internal consistency of the finding representation. The second 2 requirements have to do with the internal consistency of within the document, within the article. Now, the latest incarnation of the registry that is to be released this week will contain 12,000 plus finding agencies. We at OSA, even though our solution is scalable enough to handle them all, currently we track about a little bit more than 200 agencies. And to make our life easier, we derived 2 lookup files, which we refer to as finding authorities, from that registry. Those lookup files only list those 200 plus agencies that we are interested in tracking. One lists them by labels, and the other lists them by DOIs. If this is purely for convenience, we could have worked with the entire registry, but we found it easier to work with the lookups that are derived from it. Now, those lookup files are regenerated every time the registry changes or the list of agencies that OSA is interested in tracking expands. And now I will walk you through the implementation of our requirements using the first requirement only, because the rest of them are done pretty much the same way. What you can see is a snippet of markup where we are going to check the label to DOI requirement, which means that we recognize the label, National Science Foundation, NSF, but the DOI here is incorrect. It is supposed to have 1 at the end. And another case is we have a label which is represented canonically. We have US Department of Energy, but the DOI is entirely missing. This is an important particular case, because if the funder, as in this case, US Department of Energy, participates in chorus, we definitely want to ensure the DOI is there. So what is the methodology that we used to implement our requirements? Using XSLT functions, we built an XML document in the computer memory which indicates the DOIs we expect based on our lookup files, ultimately on the registry, and what we actually found. We check if those two match, and if they don't, we report the results. So this is the XML document that we built. We can see that for the National Science Foundation, we expected to find this DOI. We found that DOI. For US Department of Energy, we expected this DOI. We found nothing. The comparison fails, and we report to the user that we expected this DOI, found this DOI, expected this DOI, found nothing for that funder. Now, as an aside, it is important to output the expected DOI, or in other requirements, expected label, so that the user wouldn't have to spend time combing through the registry or lookup files. The expected DOI is right there, so the staff member can, for example, copy and paste it into metadata or into document. Now, the main quality control tool we use at OSA is a schematron that has currently checks about, I think, 500, a little bit more requirements. So it made sense to integrate this solution into schematron as another module. And this is exactly what we did. This is a standard schematron rule where you specify the context. In this case, we have two contexts, one in the metadata, the other in the special dedicated finding section that Scott mentioned. And we invoke those functions. We check if the DOI matches the label, and if it does not, we output the error message. Now, this is what I just did. I walked you through the complete implementation of our requirement number 1. The rest of them I implemented just analogously, so I will just show you the markup snippets to illustrate the problems that schematron checks. So this is, we recognize a DOI as being from the funder registry, but the label is incorrect. So for this label, we see that it's not the US National Science Foundation, but National Sleep Foundation, which has, incidentally, the same acronym, NSF. This is the real agent, real funder. In this case, Department of Energy is actually an alternate label for US Department of Energy. And since we want want this agency to be represented canonically, this is an error. The third requirement has to do with the special dedicated finding section. We need to check that the DOIs that are tagged in both places match. If they don't, like in this example, we get an error message. Finally, and probably most interestingly, referring back to what Angela mentioned in her talk, we check if what we have in acknowledgements, this PC data, matches any strings that may be recognized as any label from the Open Funder Registry, or our lookups in this case. And if they do, and if the DOI for those agencies is not present in the metadata, we prompt the user to check what's going on. It is important to say that the strings that are being matched in the acknowledgements may be preferred labels, acronyms, or alternate labels. And that forms the core of OSA solution, which I have to say has been pretty successful. Now, we have derived some additional benefits from our solution. For example, OSA has special obligations to participate in chorus and to take special care of CC BY eligible agencies. With a slight modification, we have been able to use the same lookup files to meet our obligations. You recognize it is the same basically file, but we exploited the relationship, the parent-child relationship or ancestral relationship in the registry to fetch all the descendants of the agencies that participate in chorus. And we indicated the ancestor agency by using this attribute and indicating that the chorus, the agency participates in chorus. Similarly, we indicated which agency are eligible for CC BY license. What this allows us to do is to check that if funder is from this list, then our licensing information is correct in the metadata. Additionally, if it's a chorus agency, we can check that the embargo period, the correct embargo period is present, and the correct version of manuscript, or author manuscript, or version of record is mentioned in the metadata. So in other words, we use co-occurrence constraints based on this same derivation from Open Funder Registry. Now, I'm going to spend the rest of my time here enumerating the challenges that still remain in our solution. I mean, the challenges pretty much relate to certain problems with the registry, and sometimes they require just the policy decisions. For example, some items, some funding agencies are not found in the registry. For example, it is not uncommon for a project or program which is not your brick and mortar agency to be a funder of the research that finds its expression in the article. And the preeminent example is so-called Project 973 that is administered by the Ministry of Science and Technology of the People's Republic of China, but also the already mentioned National Natural Science Foundation of China has its hand in awarding this project. To make things even more interesting, the authors refer to this project by all kinds of, in all kinds of ways. 973 project, program 973, and etc., etc. But it is not in the registry. And probably it shouldn't be, because projects and programs are temporary, transient. They are not agencies. Then there are quite puzzling cases when a certain existing agency is simply not listed in the registry. For example, Joint Technology Office, which is, if I'm not mistaken, properly named High Energy Laser Joint Technology Office, is a part of United States Department of Defense. But it is not found in the registry. However, in our papers, in our articles, it is a pretty frequently found funder. So what are your options at this point? You can tag such kind of things as a funding source or institution and provide no DOI. Or you can associate it such an agency or program or project with an existing DOI in the registry. If you decide to do that, we actually have a solution for that. We build an additional lookup file which contains this information, and we include it into the main lookup file through XInclude. The benefit of this approach is that every time the main lookup file is regenerated, when the registry changes or the list of funders we track changes, this specific lookup file does not, and that it is picked up as part of through the XInclude. Another challenge is yes, there are canonical representations. There are preferred labels in the registry. If I'm not mistaken, in Switzerland there are 4 official languages, right? And this particular agency, the preferred label for it is in German, and there is an acronym there. But our authors almost never use the German variant. They use the English one. Not only that, they make up their own acronym as, SNSF. And use it. And the acronym they use is nowhere to be found in the registry. So what to do? Again, what options do you have? You can enforce canonical representation, probably making your authors very unhappy. Or you can enforce the actual representation, or you can allow both. If you choose the second option to enforce the actual usage that authors prefer, then again, we have the same kind of solution. We built an OSA-specific file, lookup file, that actually overrides the preferred labels in the registry. It is included into the main lookup file through XInclude, and again, it doesn't get overwritten every time the lookup is regenerated. An important challenge that remains is unclear relationships in the registry. For example, this office, Defense Science Office, DARPA, is not listed as a child agency of DARPA, nor of the United States Department of Defense. There is no narrow relationship in the registry. Then, it is quite difficult to understand why this agency is listed as a child of the United States Department of Defense. So there's a narrower relationship in the registry, but a very similarly named agency, AFRL, is listed as being affiliated with the Department of Defense. What's the difference? And why is it important? It is important because if, as a publisher, you have an obligation to comply with chorus, then any child agency of a chorus agency has to be identified and reported and has to have certain markup. And if the relationships are unclear, you, as a publisher, you never know if you are in compliance with the federal mandate. So it's pretty serious. Now, it is quite dangerous to rely on acronyms only when doing quality control. And also, did you know that NSF stands not only for the United States National Science Foundation, but also for National Sleep Foundation, National Stroke Foundation, and even Norwegian Nurses Organization? Or FCT it's an acronym for 2 different children of the United States Department of Energy, and also for a Portuguese agency. This is important because if you take acronym into consideration as one of your criteria in checking quality, when you have a small number of agencies, that can be quite okay. But as the number of agencies you track expands, the number of false positives may be overwhelming. So at some point, you may want to exclude acronyms from consideration. I mentioned at the beginning of my part that for all intents and purposes, preferred labels are unique. Well, guess what? They are unique, except when they are not. Take the Wallace Foundation, for example. It has a DOI, but if you look at the registry closely, you will find this obscure relationship is replaced by, which means that the Wallace Foundation used to have one DOI, and now it has a different DOI. And finally, there are simply inaccuracies in the registry. This office, which is a child of United States Department of Energy, has two DOIs in the registry. One is correct, and the other is not. So as a designer and as a quality control person, you have to be aware of these idiosyncrasies when building a solution that will allow your quality control personnel and staff members not to have any snags and for your solution to be smooth enough. And now back to Scott.
I will conclude with 2 more slides and some lessons learned. The first lesson learned is you can all start small. You heard Sasha talk about fairly sophisticated techniques that we developed over the course of a year. The first step we took was simply to prompt the staff production person whenever we detected Department of Energy, because we had an immediate obligation to chorus. We started with one agency and built from there. We're still really only focusing on about 200 agencies, up from 80 earlier in the year. So you can start small. We find it's extremely useful to have some kind of ID, unique identifier, applied to the funders that we're tagging. It helps tremendously with reporting. Obviously, it helps us meet our obligations, as Sasha so eloquently described. And assume that some of the funders that you want to track, like the Program 973, may not be in the registry, but you still will want to normalize them so that you can report on them. If the OSA left out Program 973, when reporting on who's funding our papers, funding from China would drop dramatically because that's so popular. The quality control tool we described was built in Schematron. It doesn't have to be, although it's a great tool for XML quality control. Like a lot of the publishers in the audience, we work with outside suppliers. We give them the Schematron, so they're getting the same prompts as our staff. And we insist that they run the QC tool on their end. We run it on our end. What's the catchphrase, Sasha?
The catchphrase that we always use when dealing with suppliers is trust but verify.
And the final slide is an appeal to publishers to make an investment in this type of quality control. And here are a few pillars illustrating why. Publishers are in a unique position. We have very mature publishing techniques and infrastructure. We have very specialized knowledge. And no, we get to keep Sasha. Sorry. The publisher process is one with many hands and many eyes, so there are a lot of opportunities for quality control, including touch points directly with the authors and ultimately with the funders. And even though the US government public access mandates say that it's the author's responsibility to tell the publisher who's funding the paper, it's the publishers whose reputation is on the line. It's the publishers who need to meet some of these mandates and who have executive directors wondering who's funding the papers. And of course, with Crossref, there's much greater transparency about funding. So it suits us all well to make these types of investments. Thanks very much for listening. I know this was a heavy topic, but I think you'll agree it's also a very important one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott and Sasha. I'm going to take moderator's privilege and ask the first question, which is a two-parter. How much time have you invested in building the infrastructure for all of this? And how much time do you spend per paper now on the quality assurance for funders? Just that one aspect.
I'll take the first one and Scott will take the second.
Fair enough.
I think the whole development cycle from formulating the requirements, which is the main part, to implementation, the first rough cut of implementation that actually worked in production environment took about 4 months. But it took about 6 months to have everything working smoothly.
I think we spend an extra 5 to 10 minutes per manuscript trying to resolve the funding.
Okay. Questions? Laurel?
All right, two questions. One, you're doing a lot of work inside of OSA to improve your schema, right, and your list of funders. So the two questions are, one, do you engage with the funders at all to make sure they're happy with their representation in that database? And the other part of that is, how much do you engage back with Crossref so that they can learn and improve their database from what you all have been doing?
Maybe you'll take the first, I'll take the second.
Okay. What was the first question again? Engaging with funders.
Engaging with the funders to make sure they're happy with their representation in the way you're clustering things.
We have minimal engagement with the funders through the CHORUS program, like with the Department of Energy. We worked with their contact to make sure we were compliant. We work with the NIH on a regular basis to make sure our papers that are eligible for PubMed are in, but we don't have heavy engagement with the funders.
We are, though, is in contact with Crossref. When we find an inaccuracy in the registry, we inform Crossref about it, and so that they know what's going on. But ultimately, I think the registry is maintained still by Elsevier, so I'm not sure how much Crossref can do. But I think, as far as I know, I had an email exchange with Kirsty just this morning, and I think they're going to release a new update of the registry this week, and maybe some of the challenges or problems that I referred to will be solved in that release.
Angela?
That was great. Thank you. This is Angela Cochran from ASCE. You mentioned not always knowing if an acknowledged agency is a funder or not, and that's a human thing. We have that issue as well when somebody says they got data from an organization and funding from another organization, or it just says we thank 7 different agencies for support, and you don't know what kind of support that means. How are you, is this a query to the authors? Are they being asked specifically who they got money from? I know the whole what qualifies as public access thing is, one of the questions I've always been asking too.
Two practices have been especially effective. One is that in the manuscript submission system, we tell authors, make sure that what you're putting in the manuscript submission system and what you're putting in your paper match. That was a suggestion from Evan Owens of Senveo. And that has helped a lot. We also query the author in first proofs. When the authors get their first proofs, there's always a query and a carefully worded query about checking the funding information, and that's also helped raise awareness.
Other questions?
Hi, Paul from PubRef. You may have stated, I just wanted to clarify, building the label to DOI and then DOI to label files, what was the source? And then how quickly did you sort of iterate and get it cleaned? I mean, how dirty was it when you were kind of first starting out?
The source is always the registry. We use our lookup files, our funding authorities, but they're totally derived from the registry, except for those couple of cases that I mentioned when you want to override or extend it. But in 99.9% of cases, it is the registry.
We don't spend a lot of time making our own custom entries for the registry, like additional alternative labels. We're really relying heavily on what's in the registry.
Other questions?
Hi, Peter Lamers from John Benjamin's Publishing. First of all, thank you for your talk. It's been really helpful for me because we are in the process of getting this up and running. I was curious why you are putting the funder data both in metadata and in a section can't you just list it first in the metadata machine readable and then in the acknowledgement human readable?
Well, we certainly, the authors and their readers expect to see the acknowledgments in the paper itself. So
But that's output.
I'll answer it another way. When the authors need to see the information in the paper, it needs to have punctuation, spacing, these kinds of niceties. So what we do is we create the funding section and we tag it, and then we derive the tags from the metadata from the funding section. So we're not literally tagging two places, we're tagging one place and then lifting out the tags to create the metadata.
However, it is still necessary to check both places because in the production process, as a result of above-mentioned queries to the authors, there could be some discrepancy introduced. So that is why in the funding section and in the metadata, they both contain structured markup, and it is better to be safe than sorry. So we check both places because it doesn't cost much. It's the same approach.
Yes, well, still my approach would be to generate the funding section with its interpunction after creating metadata. So you will have one duplicate less.
That sounds like a good approach to try.
Other questions? Sasha, what are you using for doing your name lookups? So you have a name, you have a funder name, and you have to search it against, you have to search against something to see if there's an identifier for that.
If I have a DOI found in the registry, I am looking for the preferred label and an acronym. And if I match a preferred label, I am looking for an acronym and a DOI. It's all based on the registry. We use our lookups, but they are purely for convenience. They are totally derived from the registry. So for all intents and purposes, we are using the registry as our authority list.
So if in an acknowledgement you have a funder name and no DOI, what are you doing with that funder name?
Like in this case, yeah. So in this case, you see that in the acknowledgements we matched two strings. One is Department of Energy, which is an alternate label for the U.S. Department of Energy, and we matched DARPA, which is an acronym for another, agency. We check based on our lookups what the DOIs for those agencies should be, and we check if they are found in the metadata of those DOIs. And if they are not, we prompt the staff person to check if they should be there.
So you've got Department of Energy and you've got the word DARPA, and you're using that to query against what, and how are you doing that? So I mean, is this just simple pattern matching against a database, or are you doing SQL lookups?
Those are two lookups that we use.
Okay.
So we match, if we do one kind of matching, we use one lookup, and we do the other kind of matching, we use the other lookup. But basically, we use those two XML files to do string matching.
So I would suggest you take a look at api.crossref.org/funders (query equals) and then your string. So there is an API that Crossref offers to do name lookups of funders, of names, to see if there are registries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. I think two more quick comments or questions, and we'll have a break. Wendell, and you're okay? Evan?
Yeah. Evan Owens, Senveo, and the Chorus Technical Working Group. Great presentation. You didn't say it, but you are well known as having among the highest quality funding data for publisher deposits. so it's great to hear how you did it. So I was just curious, when you're doing lookup like that, as Chuck was asking, are you dealing with all of the ways that authors misdo things? U.S. or US, no dots, or United States, or the that's missing, or the that's required, and have you built rules for that kind of name massaging?
For some of those cases, we're relying on the editorial production process to clean up things that are variances in spelling and punctuation. So by the time they get to Sasha's tool, they're probably going to be in better shape, but probably have it.
But to answer your question, technically, no, we don't. What we do, we match. If we find a match in terms of labels or of preferred label or any of the alternate labels or an acronym, then we will fire. Then the schematron will fire. But if it doesn't match any of them, then it will not. And as Scott mentioned, we rely on the editorial process and on the continually improving widget in the submission system to get and also on our vendor who is supposed to resolve this kind of editorial issues, so that when it gets to the schematron, it is in a more or less okay shape.
Great. Scott, Sasha, thank you very much. We will have a 30-minute coffee break, and please enjoy your coffee and snacks outside in the hall and come back in without them.
Okay, our next paper is on something that's already come up, and I think it was mentioned by Sasha, and that is schematron. It is the hip thing to be using these days, and I think we're going to see some wonderful examples. Our next two presenters are Martin Kratka from LaTeX Publishing Services and Franziska Buring from De Gruyter. So, please help me welcome them.
Hi. Today we were talking about the quality assurance tool that we've implemented for De Gruyter. And first of all, before we start with the presentation itself, we'd like to say something about the companies we work for and ourselves. So I work for De Gruyter. That's a publisher of scientific content, and we publish around 1,200 book titles, 750 journals, and a growing number of databases each year. Our main location is in Berlin, but we also have offices in Munich, in Boston, and Beijing. I'm with De Gruyter since 6 years now, and I started within journal production, and am now responsible since 3 years for the e-products and standards team.
Yeah, I work for LETech. LETech is a Leipzig-based publishing service vendor, and yeah, we are doing typesetting, data conversion, and also software development with XSLT and Xprog and Ruby and all this stuff. And I'm working there as lead content engineer, and I'm responsible for Xprog and XSLT-based development there together with Garrett, which is also here. And yeah, then let's start.
Okay. Within our presentation, we will talk about several things. First of all, we'll say something about the motivation for a quality assurance tool. Then I will step into our XML guidelines and link them to the requirements we had for such a tool. And then we, both Martin and I, will talk about or show you the implementation itself. And at the end, give you an outlook and the benefits we had from such a system. So just very quickly, because I think you all know why XML quality assurance is necessary. So first of all, we had a very semi-automatic process, and there were several places where error could occur. So our production editors had to collect all these several errors, send them back to our vendors. They had to re-upload the data, and so it came up that it was a very time-consuming and inefficient process. And also, despite that, it was still not guaranteed that the data that was delivered was consistent and valid with regard to our de Gruyter specifications. In this part, I will just show you the basic elements of our XML guidelines and just directly link them to the requirements for a quality assurance tool. So at de Gruyter, we use JATS or vanilla JATS and bits for publishing and archiving our content. The delivered content is delivered at the end of the production process, so together with the print data, and it's basically a zip file that not only includes the XML file, but also a corresponding PDF file, figure files, and electronic supplementary material if that's available. So basically the first requirement was that the tool should parse and validate the XML against our DTDs, and also match the internal list of files against the ones that are referenced within the XML. The specifications we do to the JATS and bits DTD that goes beyond just the validations are that we just restrict the values of attributes. We also, or even for elements, we also have a larger set of required elements and attributes within different contexts. And what we also do, we very strictly define the naming convention and the structure that is delivered within the zip file. And if you look at our guidelines, it's kind of like that. So we try to unify the guidelines between books and journals as much as possible. So as you can see, the common part, that's, well, what should be the same. But of course, there are some differences that starts with the DTD, and that's shown on the side. And that is also reflected, and I'm just going to show you our XML guidelines quickly. Well, it's our XML guidelines, and we just have one XML guidelines for both books and journals, as we want to avoid redundancies as much as possible. So in this document, there are general remarks for both books and journal publications. And whenever there's something specific for books or journals, you can see just this little icon that shows it's books or journals. And also for vendor who only does books or journals, you can just hide or show book or journal information. Now I have to go back. Okay. Yeah, thanks. That's basically what's reflected within our guidelines. But what we're also doing, we are publishing content from our publishing partners, that in most cases are smaller publishers like university press publishers, and they should use our guidelines to a large extent, but in some cases they have their own specifications, so we need to reflect their specifications within the XML quality assurance tool as well. So that's the next circle that's shown here. So what comes out of that is that the requirements we have for the tool is to have these specifications that we call business rules to be implemented with the tool, of course, and as we want to adjust these guidelines or these rules ourselves, it was explicitly mentioned to have them used or reflected using schematron. And also, as within our guidelines, we want to avoid redundancies as much as possible, so we came up to the concept of cascading rules, which is adopted from ELITech. Despite our XML guidelines, we also define guidelines for our variables and IDs, and that will be important for the tool as well, so I'm just going to show you the idea of it. So for example, the article ID, which we use as DOE suffix, is built from a DOI code, the year and the article counter ID. And the DOI code is basically a journal abbreviation that is predefined for each journal and which could be taken from our ERP system. And the year and article counter ID are expressed by regular expressions, and are numbers containing of 4 digits. And so these variables and IDs are used throughout the guidelines, for example, to name different files or used within elements and attributes. So that's also a requirement for the tool. We wanted to have a kind of processing parameters or configuration files that should be implemented within. And these files should not be like within the programming code or the schematron rules directly, so that it's kind of hidden, but it should be implemented as external files, which we can just adjust very easily without affecting the feasibility of the tool. And those processing parameters could be, for example, like the files of the file listing all variables and their IDs and their composition. But also we have a list of allowed DOI prefix with regard to the publisher name, or a list of allowed article types. And we also have additional requirements that are not reflected within the guidelines itself, but as I said before, we wanted to have the tool as configurable as possible, because we think we want to adjust them ourselves as well, without having to know too much of the programming code. Also, since we use metadata within the JATS and bits XML, we want to be that metadata compliant with the ERP system, so that was one requirement as well. And also, most importantly, there should be a report generated with error messages, and these error messages should, of course, link to the location where the error occurs. And something actually that came up later is that we want to have a link that returns the vendor back to our guidelines, to the respective guideline section. And that is made possible since we changed our guideline format to HTML recently. Within the next minutes now we will talk about the implementation itself, so how we've done this. And yeah, we of course done this with ETH using their framework Transpect. And after we implemented this tool, which we called Submission Checker, the workflow, publication workflow was like this. So we had service vendors delivering their files to the Submission Checker, and just in case if everything was fine, it was forwarded to our media asset management system, and from there published at several places. And in case there was something wrong and it was the content was not publishable, this error report was returned to our service vendors, and so that we were able to correct and re-upload the data until they succeed. One important part that we are using within the Submission Checker is the data integration platform Talent. And that's something we use at De Gruyter to process and convert data from one system to another. And in case of the Submission Checker, it's doing several steps. But first of all, in view of the service vendor, the Submission Checker is basically an FTP folder, as you can see on the left side. The vendor sees 4 folders. It's the in folder, the error, warning, and OK folder. So within the in folder, the respective file is delivered. And Talent, in this case, is monitoring this folder and moves the file to Transpect. At the same time, Talent is also extracting the respective metadata information from our ERP system and also delivered it to Transpect. And after the checking process has been finished, a status XML is created, and Talent analyzes the status XML, and according to the status, it's either it is delivered to our media asset management system if it's okay, of course, and in every case there's an HTML report returned back to the respective folder. So in case it's an error, it's returned to the error folder. And now I will let Martin talk about Transpect.
Yeah, thank you. So what is Transpect basically? It's a framework for converting and checking data. The framework, the technology of the framework is basically XProc and XSLT. And it also serves as a kind of architecture or methodology for building customer-specific configurations, because we found out, or we experienced that it's necessary to have a most flexible tool which allows us to handle the variety or the different requirements of certain publishers. And also it's open source. We published the code on GitHub with a free BSD license, which also allows to use Transpact code in even commercial non-open source products. And so you can, if you're interested, you can check it out on GitHub, and there's also a little documentation which is here on the website transpact.io, where modules and other stuff are explained and some tutorials are given for beginners. Now let's talk about the customer-specific configuration for the Gruyter. Here in this slide we see the basic workflow. It comprises 4 stages. For example, the first stage is to simply unzip the files. The second stage is to generate an XML set from the unzipped files and additional metadata. And in the third stage, we check this XML file with schematron and relaxing schemas. And in the fourth stage, we generate a report. At first, we generate an HTML report for the user, for the service vendor. And in the second, we generate a status XML, which is used for talent that they have a kind of system or internal representation of the check. And so let's talk first about our internal XML format. A kind of slogan is one XML to rule them all. So we have one XML set which includes the JATS or bits XML of the articles or books, and also the XML representation of the PDF check results, because it's necessary to have this one together, because we have to check whether the XML page count matches the PDF count. And it's also necessary to have the metadata from the ERP system, because we have to check whether the metadata values in the JATS or bits match with the values given from the ERP system. And also there's a zip file listing, which is also an XML representation of the entire zip file, and a parameter set, so we can also check if the file names match the Gruyter guidelines and all that stuff. And to facilitate the schematron checking, we wrap all this contents in one single XML file. Transpact can be configured in 3 basic ways. And this is also done by employees of the Gruyter then. So we provided an initial configuration, and now also employees of the Gruyter work with this. And first there is the so-called configuration cascade. This means that configuration files can be stored for each workflow imprint, publishing partner, or even if it's necessary for individual titles. So it's possible to have a method to handle the diversity of content which a publisher has. So we developed this cascade method, and with this, and we also have XProc modules or Transpact modules, which are able to dynamically load the most appropriate files. For example, configuration files can be other XProc pipelines or XSLT style sheets or schematron files. And we are able, based on the input, to evaluate, okay, which input file do we have, and then we are able to select the corresponding configuration files for this check run. Here on this slide you can see a sample cascade configuration for the Gruyter. we have two workflows, a book workflow and a journal workflow. These are the the basic differences between the schematron rules, and we have general rules, and the general rules are shared among books and journals, and we are able to have overrides, for example, for publishing partners or for maybe a journal society. And we did not develop this yet, only the first and the second level, but we are able to do this, and I think we will do this in the near future. Yeah, another way of configuring Transpect are phases. We borrowed the term from schematron phases. In schematron, you can describe this as a kind of custom checking profile. And in Transpect, we also include relaxing schemas, so it's possible to have, besides the cascade configuration, another layer of configuration. And this layer includes then basically a relaxing schema and a schematron phase, which is includes several schematron patterns. And for the Greuter, we have a strict and a lax phase, and the strict phase is considered for the daily production, and the lax phase is used for archival packages, which are XML packages that are older than the submission checker. So the lax phase, compared to the strict phase, contains just a few schematron patterns which are necessary that the XML file can be rendered at the Greuter's web platform, and it also allows more relaxing schemas. For example, ATypon flavored JATS or all the NLM DTDs, they are all allowed in this lax phase. Yeah, and the third layer of configuration are parameters. Franziska mentioned earlier that they use these variables and IDs to define, for example, regular expressions for an article ID. And we developed a method that these variables and IDs can be stored as XML parameters and edited also in XML. And they are used then globally in Xprog or in XSLT and in schematron. And the parameters itself can also include references then to other parameters. So if we look here in our XML file, here's an example. I hope you can read it. If not, I will tell you. Here, for example, we have an article ID. I can make it a bit bigger. So, better? Yeah, okay. And this article ID is built from a DOI code, an article system creation date here, or an article counter ID. And these parameters are here also defined in this parameter set. They can also be overridden by the cascade mechanism, so it's possible that another publishing partner has its individual parameter set, but this is here the common, and so parameters can reference other parameters, and so it's really easy if you only want to check or only want to change a regular expression which is used in certain schematron rules, then you can change it here, and then it's used globally. So now I'll talk about the schematron implementation of Transpect. We use this cascade method also to dynamically load schematron files based on the input file, and we assemble the schematron files together. So we have for the common rule set a schematron file, and we have both for journals and book schematron files, and we dynamically assemble them together. So it's possible that you can write in the journal level a schematron pattern, and this overrides the more common or more general pattern. And this is done by XSLT, basically. We also support phases, and we use the Oxygen XSLT implementation, so we are also able to use XSLT functions and additional markup in the schematron. And I will show you another example here in our code. I make it a bit bigger. For example, here's a function in a schematron file to convert Roman numbers to integer values, which is necessary because there are both types are used in page count values, so we have to convert them to check if the first page and the last page really matches, for example, with the PDF page count. And then we can use these functions in schematron patterns. Here, for example, here is it used to check if the first page is greater than the last page. To check if the first page is less or equal than the last page. So this is right. Yeah, and also we use here additional markup. In a schematron pattern, we use here HTML to reference to the guidelines, which helps the user that he can see, okay, which part of the guidelines does apply to this error message, so he can click on it and have it. And finally, we all serve the schematron validation messages together with the relaxing validation messages in one HTML report. And this is an example of the HTML report. We have on the left, we have a kind of mini table of contents, and in the center there is a rendering of the JATS or bits XML file, which includes here the graphics or some kind of math and references. And on the right side, we have the relaxing validation messages. If maybe, for example, the element funding group is not allowed at this point, I'll make this or I'll hide this. And here in the section business rules are all schematron rules. And for example, if the element fig here exists in contrib, the attribute pub type with the value contrib must exist as well, says the message. And you can click on the you can click on the link and you get the right point on the guidelines. The nice thing is that these messages appear directly where the error occurred, and you can and we use schematron role attributes to distinguish between errors or warnings or information messages, and so we can provide the vendor, I think, a very valuable output. And Franzi now will tell you a bit about the benefits for the Greuter. And thank you.
Yes, we've been using the submission checker now for 2 years, and since then we processed around 40,000 packages for the submission checker and made various experiences also with regard to the rules that we implemented. Some were too strict and some were too lax, so we had to change some of them. Also, what was really seen as an important benefit was that the effort within the production department was minimized to nearly 0. And also, of course, the rendering at our platform and with our abstract and indexing service and aggregators has been improved a lot, and so we get less feedback with regard to wrong rendering. And also, since within the products and standards team we are supporting the tool, we are updating the tool and the guidelines itself as well, it helps us a lot to get more into the content that is delivered to the submission checker, and it helps us improving the XML guidelines on the one hand, but also the tool itself. And also, of course, the other benefit that lies more or less within the future. So The Kreuter also thinks of reusing the content in several places. So we benefit from that if we want to reuse that, so it will be much easier if we know exactly what our content look like, which information is stored in there, and how to grab them to transform them in other product types. And also what we experienced that that even the XML processing with our service vendor improved, and that's shown within the statistics, and I hope you can see this. The green line shows the OK messages that have been returned from the submission checker, and the red line are the error messages. So when we started in 2014, we had error messages around 30 to 40%, and which decreased significantly to March 16 now, where we have error messages around 10%. So also our vendors learn from dealing with the tool to reflect our guidelines within the data much better. And of course, those 10% that are missing here, they are not published wrong, but of course have to re-upload to the system. So at the end, I just want to give you a quick outlook what we are planning within this year to implement within the submission check as well. So we want to have a PDF check. Right now there's a PDF check implemented, but we only compare the values of the PDF page numbers with the one in the XML. But of course it should be possible to see if fonts are embedded correctly, if colors are used correctly, and if figure resolutions are okay. Also, since our book publications include EPUB files as well, it should be possible to check these EPUB files. And since Transpact already includes a module for the IDPF EPUB check, we will use that as well soon. And of course, to improve the XML processing with our vendors even more, we are thinking about either extracting the schematron rules from the submission checker and provide them to our vendors, or even having like an external framework, like a local submission checker, provided to our vendors so that they can check the content not only at the very end, right before publication, but within the processing, so that, for example, with improving already some error messages could be queried with the author. Okay, that's it. Thanks for your attention, and if you have questions, feel free.
Excellent, thank you. We have about 10 minutes for questions. Anyone? Yeah, Evan.
So how do you manage the changes of the rules over time as new rules appear or added into it? Are you recording in the article metadata what version it was validated against, or how do you track over time?
No, we don't track the version of the validation. But it's a good idea.
The links to the HTML guidelines, are you manually maintaining those between the schematron rules and the URLs?
Well, we only have to maintain them if we add another section, because the link should be static, because the ID should not be changed. So yeah, we hope there should not be too much maintenance for that.
Okay, I have a question. Your submission checker, is that, yes, the little green light is on. How's that? Okay, I'm just using it wrong. Your submission checker, that is a service that runs on your system?
Yes.
And so you don't distribute anything to your suppliers?
No.
And do they run one article or a time, or can they do batches?
They can upload multiple packages. Yeah.
Oh, and they'll get a report.
Yeah, and they get then several reports back.
Excellent. Excellent. And any other questions, Laura? Oh, yes, Vincent.
I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about areas, since you're using both JATS and BITS, areas where you found overlap and where your guidelines can be consistent between the two schemas and books and journals, and where you found that you had to have differences?
Well, I think we have quite a large overlap between books and journals, but it comes more or less from the nature of books. So, for example, we can be much more stricter with journals. So we can, for example, require an email address or something like that, which we cannot do with books. So a general thing is that we are more lax with book rules. And yes, but I think they overlap like to maybe 80-90%. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes.
It might be a related question, but you mentioned one XML to rule them all. So is that, what XML is that? That is a custom thing, or, and then what's in it? What are you storing or representing that you can't get elsewhere?
In it, it's separated by namespaces. So we have a global namespaces for the submission checker itself, and then we include, for example, for an issue package, we include all JATS articles from this issue in one XML file, and also additional metadata from the ERP system, the PDF check results of the file, the zip file XML representation, and this facilitates the checking to far extent for us. Yeah, and maybe I can show you later, maybe on my laptop, if you are interested in more detail in the specifics of the format. Yeah. And we have also developed relaxing schemas, which we have those different relaxing modules, and they are also imported in one global module, which is used for the relaxing validation, so we can ensure that the XML structure is valid.
Yes, Debbie.
I had a question about your relaxing schemas. Are you using the JATS or BITS relaxing, or do you strictly use those in DTD form?
We use the JATS and BITS relaxing schemas.
Yeah. That's exciting. Okay. Well, thank you very much. We need to go. I think Pat is doing it. Okay, enough of the technical things. I think we've got that out of the way. Our next presenter, probably most of you know. Our next presenter is Tommy Usden. Tommy is a principal at Mulberry Technologies, which is now 20 years old. So that's very exciting, right? Right. And we found out that she and I have been working together for about 15 of those years. Tommy has been playing with markup since 1978. SGML came along and made it easier, and then XML came along and made it popular. So please help me welcome Tommy.
Okay. How do I do basics like advanced slides?
I don't know about that.
Ah,
Yeah, what about these?
oh, well,
I'll set your clock. See how well we work together?
oops. How's that? Okay, good, because that seems to be what I can do. Okay, stay. It doesn't work with my dog. I don't know if it'll work with the slides or not. This is a talk that I really wrote to be the paper in the proceedings, not really to talk to most of you. So before I get started, let me ask you a few questions. How many of you are actively using JATS? All right, let me try this a different way. Is there anybody in here who is not actively using JATS? Okay. Of you, those of you who are not currently actively using JATS, how many of you think you might in the near future? All right, I have an audience of 5. So I'm going to mostly talk to those 5, but to those of you who are the real audience for this talk, the paper is really talking to future users of JATS because I knew I was going to be talking at JATS-Con. I've left out some of the total basics, and I've taken a somewhat deeper dive than I would do with beginners into some things that are important but maybe a little scary for beginners. A lot of people think they've got to move their journals into the XML world. I've been publishing the world's best quarterly publication on some topic that I think makes the sun rise and set and nobody else cares about. And now I want to get it into my archive of choice. They want XML, they want JATS. It's going to be expensive, it's going to be confusing, it's going to be awful. I really hate this. Wait a minute, there's a vendor who can help. Okay, I'll come up with the money, let's move to JATS. Decisions are over, right? Why is this talk even happening? JATS is a standard, we adopt the standard, end of discussion. Right? Wrong. Some of what I'm going to say today is going to be fact. Some of it is going to be my opinion. Facts don't have yellow backgrounds, and do you see the blue? Yeah, maybe you even do. I'm going to identify the things that I think are my opinions, because you're going to get a few of them. Man, what qualifies me to give advice on JATS? Well, first of all, you're in a room full of people who are maybe more qualified than I am. Everybody here has opinions. Most of the people have experience creating, managing, and using JATS documents. Some of them are louder than I am. Some of them think being louder makes them righter. But I co-chair the JATS committee. I was one of the people who designed it. I was one of the original architects of the NLM DTTs. I consult with a whole lot of people on a whole lot of XML applications. I teach about in other words, I'm old and this is my game. So, you're going to use JATS. The next question is, which JATS model? And they're going to... I can scroll with the keyboard. There's a mouse-like object that doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, so you hit a beginner with, cool, you're going to use JATS, which one? And you give them this list. And all of a sudden you've got a deer in the headlights, right? They don't know. It's not as complicated as it looks. You have 3 decisions. You need to know what color, how are you going to handle tables, and what are you going to do about math. For those of you who don't know, JATS tag sets have nicknames by colors. Those are the colors of the documentation on the website. There's nothing intrinsically green about green. There's nothing intrinsically blue about blue. But we kind of have these arbitrary colors. At JATS-Con and any place else people are talking about JATS, you're going to hear people saying, well, we really think we ought to be using blue, but we're kind of doing green because, you know, it's easier. And you can hear people talking about the greenification of blue. We talk about the colors. the greenification of blue is a very bad thing. Yes, opinion. My opinion, green. Green is called journal archiving and interchanging. I say you want green if you're converting from a whole lot of sources, if fidelity to the source is critical, and in particular fidelity to what the source looked like, and if you have a whole lot of existing documents, particularly existing documents already in XML. So if you're gathering a lot of existing XML that's not JATS and you need to get it into JATS, my opinion is green is your game. Blue, called publishing or journal publishing. Go for blue when consistency and ease of use is more important than fidelity to your original source, and when you're converting non-XML material into JATS. Also, if you're converting material from a limited number of stable source formats. Authoring. Authoring is for new content created in XML in JATS in the perhaps perfect world sometime in the future when the subject matter experts of the world don't sneeze when you say XML. Actually, it's really cool for this conference. Papers have to be submitted in JATS in Pumpkin, but I don't know of any other event where that's the case. I don't think a lot of people are using Pumpkin. BITS is the book interchange tag set. It came along a little bit later than JATS. It's when you're, in my opinion, it's for when you have large or complicated content, book-like structures, tables of contents, indexes, big nested things with arbitrary names, chapters, parts, volumes, or is it parts that are divided into chapters, or is it volumes that are divided into parts that are divided into tutorials that are divided into chapters. Book people do all kinds of big nested structures. The book model also works when you have weird small stuff, technical reports, posters, pamphlets. Don't try to tag posters in JATS. If you've got a poster you want to tag in XML, BITS is easier. And it works pretty well for new content created in XML. So, first decision is what color? Second decision, what table model? There are two widely used XML table models, the HTML XML table model, the Oasis CALS table model. The fact that there are other and better table models out there in the world is completely irrelevant. Don't use them, I don't care, yes, I know they're better. Who cares? Use the HTML XHTML table model. It's used to display tables on the web. And if you have tables tagged in the Oasis CALS table model and you want to display them in a web browser, you're going to convert them to HTML because the web speaks HTML. In my opinion, use the HTML XHTML table model if possible. That way, nobody's going to mutilate your tables when they're converting them to HTML to put on the web. And it is almost as capable as the Oasis CALS table model. There are people who argue that it is as capable. It's pretty close, in my opinion. But the Oasis CALS table model is embedded in some very good XML tools that a whole lot of people have invested a lot of money in. I think it probably really does give you more control over what your print is going to look like. It certainly was written for print. Conversion from the Oasis table model into HTML can be automated, and it mostly works pretty well most of the time. My opinion, use the Oasis CALS table model only if you're already invested in tools that require it, because transformation is risky, even transformation like Oasis to HTML tables. And why don't you want to know what your stuff is going to look like before your users see it? Third big decision, math. JATS supports a whole mess of ways to tag math. You can do it in MathML, MathML2, MathML3. tech or law tech, you can have a textual form of your math, you can have graphics, you can use all of them, you can use some of them, you don't have to use any of them. But whether you're going to use them or not, you must choose one or the other MathML model. Even if you're not going to use MathML at all, you have to choose. MathML is an XML tag set for math. It's scalable on screen, it's accessible to the visually impaired. The cool kids think it's the future of math. The cool kids may be right. Creating MathML does require skill and, more important than that, quality assurance. If math is unimportant in your stuff, don't bother. It's expensive, it's hard, it requires specialized skills. If it's not important, if you're not going to do the QA, if you don't really do math in a way that matters, don't do MathML. There's an opinion. But whether you're going to use it or not, you have to choose one or two, because MathML 2 and MathML 3 tag sets are, for seriously technical reasons, not compatible. You can't have both of them in the same tag set. The MathML committee says that MathML 2 is MathML 3. In a perfect world, they'd be right, but there were a couple of things that they didn't actually remove from MathML 2 because they were being sloppy that aren't in MathML 3, so you can have legal MathML 2 documents that aren't in MathML 3. And as one of the people I work with recently pointed out to me, if you have MathML 2 and it is exploiting some of the bugs in MathML 2 that were removed in MathML 3, if you move your MathML 2 to MathML 3, it'll change what it looks like. Since people care about what math looks like in a really big way, that could be maybe a big disaster. If you're starting out, use MathML 3. If you're not going to use MathML at all, sign up for MathML 3, because why not? Only use MathML 2 if you've got a big investment in MathML 2 at this point. Now, you can choose your JATS model. Pick your color, archiving, publishing, authoring, bits, pick your table model, and within your table model, pick your math. Okay, not so scary. Is that all? No, now it gets hard. How much are you going to tag? How well are you going to tag it? How much are you going to enhance your XML? And whose encoding guidelines are you going to adopt? JATS is enabling, not enforcing. Users have a whole lot of flexibility. I'm going to discuss styles, but you don't have to do all. I'm not going to talk about everything. My most important advice, I'm going to say this a whole bunch of times, be consistent. It is much more important in a body of tagged documents that you be consistent than that you occasionally get something really cool into there. If you can get the really cool thing in all the time, that's wonderful. Don't do it sometimes. This sounds like a really easy decision. Should all of the text be in the XML file? Should everything the user sees when the user looks at an article be in the XML file? The answer is obviously yes, right? Yeah, maybe not. Let's talk about a couple of examples where maybe not. Labels. The bullets on a bulleted list. Should the actual bullet character be in the XML? What about numbers on numbered lists? Chapter numbers, section numbers, subsection numbers, cross-references to footnotes and references, the reference and footnote identifiers. Should those be in the XML file? Well, maybe. Let's look at a list. Pretty ordinary list. It's got numbers, it's got letters. We could tag that XML this way. Can you? There we go. There we go. Okay, the labels are in the XML. Clearly the right way to do things, right? Or maybe you could just tell us in the XML that it's an ordered list and have computers put in the labels on display. Generating text for display. The user still sees the labels when they look at the stuff. The labels will conform to the specifications. The display application determines the details. So whoever is putting your XML up on the screen is going to decide which of the bullets to use and in what order to number things and they're going to decide how the labels are punctuated. There are some real advantages to that. If you're actively editing the document, you really want those labels generated. If you have an article that has 650 references in it, and all of a sudden, close to the end of your editing time, you discover that the fourth one is a duplicate of the 612th one, and the right place to put it is at number 612. You delete number 4. Are you going to manually renumber every reference and every pointer to every reference? Ooh, icky, icky. We've all seen journals published with non-sequential reference numbers, with gaps in the numbers, with reference 16, 17, 17A, 17B, and 18. Let's not do that anymore. Computers number things really nicely. If consistency of display is important, let computers do what computers are good at. Let them generate the labels. If it is more important that you have fidelity to the original, you're tagging an article from 1897, and they did have reference 16, 17, 17A, 17B, and that's what that article is, it belongs in the data, in my opinion. Now let's get harder. Bibliographic citations. There are 2 ways to tag citations in JATS. Element citation and mixed citation. Yeah, I know there's NLM citation too, but don't use it. It's been deprecated for a long time, and it's a really bad idea. So, an article of a citation from the PubMed Central Tagging Guidelines. It's a display form of a citation to a journal article. When you first show something that looks like this to, for example, a college student, it's kind of bewildering, but people learn to read it. They learn to figure out from this gobbledygook what's the volume number and what's the issue number and what's the page number and what's the publication date. It's comprehensible. It's got author names and family names and given names and initials and a journal title and a whole mess of other metadata. And when you tag it, you can make all that stuff explicit. And you can tag it in element citation format. Here is one. Or you can tag it as a mixed citation. For those of you who can't see this, the differences are things like the commas, the punctuation, the spacing, or as I prefer them, a mixed citation with a string name. So you have all of the punctuation and all of the spacing, including in the name. Does it matter? Well, first of all, it only matters if people are going to read display versions of your XML citations. If your tagged XML citation is only going to be used for machine analysis, for doing analyses of numbers of citations, of authoring patterns, of if machines are the only people reading it, this doesn't matter at all. The only time it matters is if people are going to read display versions. Because if you take this same citation and you tag it as an element citation, and then you throw it up just by pulling out all of the tags, what you have is not hard to read, it's impossible to read. What's the first page? What's the number of the first page of this article? How could you possibly know? Another wrinkle on tagging citations, the previous examples used the NLM citation style. How many of you work on journals that use the NLM citation format in your publications? Yeah, I didn't think so. There are a whole lot of other citation styles out there. Readers expect to see citations using the citation style that is common in the field. People reading biology journals would be very surprised to see citations that are formatted the way people reading about literature format citations. There are different styles, people care. In my opinion, almost all of the same information is there. Note I said almost. But your readers are not going to be happy if your citations start looking wrong. By the way, they won't say odd, they'll say wrong. Here's the same citation in several different styles. We played with them. We tagged each of those citations in element citation style, legal according to the JATS DTD, and then we used XSLT to create an FO to make PDF of using a tool that is used to render JATS to pages. That happens to have been built on the assumption that the citations were going to be in an LM format. Not a good assumption. So, you can see the first one. At first, the top is what we got. The second one is what we wanted. It's not too bad. We've got some extra periods in there, and we lost an ampersand. We can more or less approximately read it. And the next one is a little more challenging because we've lost spacing between names. And if we keep going, they get odder and odder. My opinion. Citations will be punctuated. I think you should assume whenever you're making XML documents that somebody is going to render them for human beings to look at. It's possible that's not so, but I think you should assume it. I think you should assume that if your punctuation and spacing are not in your XML, some tool is going to supply it to display to human beings, because people don't like reading it when all the words are run together and the spaces are gone and there are no commas and colons and things like that. There are people who think that element citation is better than mixed citation. It's the right way to tag citations. I've never understood that, but I hear it a lot. It's better, it's cleaner, it's purer, it's more XML-ish. It means relying not just on the kindness of strangers, but on their goodwill, intuition, and skill. I think that's nuts. My advice, use mixed citation and use string name in your mixed citation. If you know what you want them to look like, store that. It's important. If you have people who are spending a huge amount of time and energy, and skilled people who are making your citations be the way they're supposed to be for publication, don't throw that away and send it into the future in your XML on the assumption that somebody will make them look more or less approximately the way you want them to look. I think go back there for a second. I think this applies to anything where you put a lot of skill and energy into it. So I don't think there's a right answer on does everything go into the XML or does it not. I think it depends on your environment. It depends on what you're doing. But I don't think the right answer is assume everything will be generated, just as I don't think the right answer is always put everything in. It's a decision to be made. We've already had a couple of talks today that were about enhancing XML. Adding stuff to the XML that the user typically doesn't see. The opposite of generated text. Adding accessibility information, adding multiple versions of graphics, adding a whole lot of metadata. We've already heard about some today. We're going to hear about more, I think later today or maybe tomorrow, I'm not certain. you have a lot of opportunities to enhance your XML. You may have some obligations to enhance it. Make the distinction. Some of you have got to put accessibility information into your documents. Some of you are told that it's a really socially appropriate thing to do, but some of you have bigger obligations than that. Some of you are encouraged to put some enhancements in. Some of you will want to enhance your documents to improve discoverability and usability. I'm actually pleased to see that after, wow, I was hearing about and going to meetings about making HTML documents accessible in about 1987 is the first one I can remember. We've been talking about this for a long time. It's finally getting some traction. There are serious governmental requirements for accessible information in some places and serious conversations about it in other places where it's not required. In JATS, we provide the capability to include the information necessary to make accessible displays of JATS content. There's a chapter about accessibility in the JATS tag libraries. But don't just say, oh, cool, accessibility is socially important, we're gonna do it. Be aware that it's expensive, it's time-consuming, it may require real content expertise. When I was in, I guess I was in high school, I had a really cool summer job. I was reading to a blind textile chemist. So he got his journal literature in, and I spent 4 hours a day reading journal articles to him. And the words were easy, except there were an awful lot of them I couldn't pronounce, but he taught me that. That part was easy. But then we would get to a table, and he had to teach me how to look at the table and pick out of a sometimes very large table the things that mattered to him. How do you describe a table in prose such that it tells the subject matter expert what they want to know? Not easy. Even harder with pictures. There are pictures in scientific journals. And I looked at them initially and I said, well, there's a whole bunch of wiggly lines. And he said, yes, I know that it's a picture of a textile. Are they all the same width at both ends? No. Do some of them have hooks at one end? Do all of them have hooks at one end? Do any of them have hooks at two ends? Are any of them fuzzy in the middle? You need to know a whole lot of subject matter expertise to describe a graphic to the visually impaired in a way that is useful. If you're used to taking your subject matter articles and shipping them to a vendor who knows how to do data conversion and doesn't have any subject matter expertise, you're not going to get that back from them. Oh, and have the resources to carry through if you're going to start providing accessibility information. You may get an occasional email from somebody saying, how come your journal on the topic I'm interested in isn't accessible if you don't provide it? If you provide it and then stop, you will get a lot of hate mail. Once you have users expecting something when you take it away, even for good reasons like you're going broke providing it, they get very unhappy. Are you going to provide multiple versions of graphics? You're going to provide a high resolution version, a moderate resolution? Are you going to provide a thumbnail for use on handheld devices? If you want your readers to reuse your graphics, give them appropriate versions. If you don't want your users to reuse your graphics, don't give them appropriate versions. It's a policy decision. If graphics are key to understanding your content, give them good enough graphics that they're going to be able to understand it. If you have really, really high quality graphics in your print publication that 7% of your users read, and you have really crummy versions of those graphics in the online version that 93% of your users read, what are you accomplishing? provide fast-loading versions of your graphics so users don't wait for your content, and then let them ask for the big, slow ones, my opinion. JATS lets you provide multiple versions. It doesn't require you to. What are you going to do about identifiers? You're going to put in digital object identifiers on your references, your whole article, every table, every graphic, every section in the article. Are you going to identify people, organizations? How much money are you going to spend on funding information? We just heard this morning that getting funding information right is hard. Hard equals expensive. Is it important? You know, probably. How about permissions and licensing? What about associated articles? My opinion, be consistent. Consult appropriate coding guidelines. There are lots of guidelines out there. There are lots and lots of guidelines out there. Some of the people who fund some of the research that you're publishing may have requirements. There are requirements or guidelines in the JATS tag libraries. PubMed Central has guidelines. Every archive or repository you may be sending stuff to has guidelines, sometimes multiple sets of guidelines depending on who you are. There's DataCite, there's Force 11, there's JATS for reuse. Whoever your service providers are, I very much doubt that any of you with substantial collections of data are actually doing all of your tagging yourselves. Your service providers have guidelines whether they tell you about them or not. There are some recommended practices that you probably want to pay attention to. We talked a little while ago about the recommended practices for online supplemental journal materials. There's and NISO's Access and License Indicators guidelines. If you haven't read those, I suggest a strong cup of coffee and read them. Their specifications, they're not interesting. Their specifications, they're important. Distinguish between requirements and guidelines. A lot of the people who are promulgating guidelines make them sound like requirements. They get very enthusiastic. They have a lot of energy. Funding sources may really be publishing requirements. Now, that requirement may not be a requirement for the publisher, it may be a requirement for the people being funded, but if the publisher isn't supporting the author and the author gets in trouble with their funder, guess who the author's going to badmouth? Know the difference between requirements and guidelines. Do not assume that all guidelines apply to you. There are a whole lot of people who will tell you that everyone should always tag the funding information, to identify the people, long lines. Everyone should always. You know what everyone means? Everyone means all the people I care about from the point of view of the person writing the guidelines. And always means in the situations that I think matter. They never tell you that. But it's sort of like a style guide. Print style guides always say, you should always such and such. And the people reading the style guide know what that means. What that means is, unless there's a really good reason not to. All guidelines don't necessarily apply to you. If you're using JATS because you know it and it's convenient, but what you're doing right now is writing up the internal procedures for the community theater that you work at on weekends. Why are you worried about things like the future of the scientific record? The future of the scientific record is not going to care about the security guidelines for the warehouse of the community theater. Really, they're not. Remember that all of these people pushing guidelines are telling you how to spend your money. They're not suggesting that they'll spend their money. It's not their money, it's your money. And if they're willing to tell you to spend an awful lot of your money to do things that they might find convenient sometime in the future, there's probably heresy in this room, and I think there are probably going to be some people very cranky at me for saying it. But I believe it nonetheless. Balance your costs with benefits to the people you care about. Those of you who hang around with XML geeks will probably hear a lot of energy expended on DTDs and XSDs and RNGs and which ones are you using. There are 3 formats for XML grammars. DTDs are old and unfashionable, and XSD is complicated, and not all the tools interpret it the same way. And relaxing is, well, it's a really good thing, but you know, there are only a limited number of tools that use it, and people get all tied up in knots about it. All JATS tag sets are available in all 3 forms. The information content of each of them is completely equivalent. This simply doesn't matter in the JATS world. Use the one that's most convenient at the moment. Switch among them if it's convenient. Use whichever one the tool you want to use for some other reason works with most gracefully. If you want to switch tools and the format of your grammar should switch to the new tool, switch it. It doesn't matter. Don't spend any energy on this. It doesn't matter. Do you have to make all these decisions? No. If you use JATS, somebody's going to make these decisions. If you don't do it, somebody else will. Maybe the archive repository or reseller you're interchanging documents with. Maybe your conversion vendor. If you don't tell them what you want, you ship them, you know, big boxes of old print and say, make me JATS, and you don't tell them anything else, they're going to do it in a way that's convenient for them, which probably means the way they do it for somebody else they're doing it for, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Or each individual who works on your documents will make the decisions about the way they want to do it. That's a bad thing. You should decide who makes the decision. If you're not going to be making the decisions, decide who does. If you can take control, that's good. If you control who controls it, that's good enough. Insist on consistency. I think I said that already. When walking, just walk. When sitting, just sit. Above all, don't wobble.
Okay, questions? We have about 10 minutes.
We have one over on the right. And two
excellent.
on the right, actually.
2 on the right. I tell you what, I'll let you run your questions.
Okay, there was second row first. Yeah, Wendell, you were second.
You pointed out the difference between green, blue, purple, and brown. But as brown is a superset of green, why not let go of blue and purple and use just blue and use just green and brown and be done with it?
Because many people find the consistency that blue helps them achieve useful, and in the event that we have people authoring in JATS, an unlikely event in my opinion, having many, many fewer choices makes it possible to create authoring applications that are not bewildering to authors.
Okay.
Grab a microphone, Wendell.
Yeah, Wendell Pease, Independent. I think you understated the problems with element citation in your panning of it. I mean, I think the basic problem with relying on machines to do your citation formatting is that there is no formatting for citations that's fully specified for all citations that most systems have to deal with. And when you have gaps in the specification, guess what happens? Your developer gets to decide. And not only does that apply to the specification of citation formats themselves, but you have a lot of problematic edge cases, shall we say, within the realm of valid documents. So for example, if you have citations that have 3 source elements, they may be perfectly valid and have gotten through your QA to that point, and then you're asking the machine to do something that isn't going to look awful. So you're really putting stress on all of the QA up to that point if you're going to rely on a machine to do that.
By the way, the person saying that formatting elements by citations is questionable for many more reasons than I talked about has written software to format element citations. So he actually knows what he's talking about. Sasha.
Sasha Schwartzman, the Optical Society. I'm actually going to say something contrary to what the first question was about. I would say that another decision that one might want to consider is subsetting, because even blue is too big. So to restrict your choices and to make your life and your supplier's life easier, you may want to consider subsetting the blue, or whatever color you prefer.
I saw a hand in the back and then one in the front.
This is Nikos Markantonatos from Atipon. I noted with interest that you made a case for the use of mixed citation and string name for preserving the exact layout of the citation and not rely on the consumers of the XML to build the necessary support to display the citation the way you're supposed to, you expected it to be displayed. Wouldn't that be the case also for the use of string name inside contributors, where again you don't want to rely to someone down the line to actually preserve the exact presentation of your author, whether the first name is first, whether the punctuation is being used, and so on and so forth?
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of string name and a real non-fan of name in JATS.
Yeah, but the thing is that the publishing DDD doesn't even allow for that.
Then maybe somebody should suggest it. Another thing I'm going to give a plug for before I get to the next comment. Every year at JATS-Con, we have several people who suggest things that seem like a really good idea, and they say it to this room full of people, and that's very nice, and we can all nod our heads and say, yes, that's a good idea. But JATS is an international standard. I guess it's a standard. Let me not characterize it further. There is a process by which comments are made. There's a form on the NISO website that you fill out to say, I have a suggestion to improve JATS. If you talk to us or you discuss it on an email list, but you don't go fill out that web form, it's not going to get on the list to be discussed and possibly included. So please, go fill out the form. It's not hard. Debbie.
Yes, this means you. I would like to second what Tommy just said. Go out to that form. We heard 4 or 5 great ideas last year that never made the form. But I would also like to comment on what Sasha said. I agree, subsetting is fantastic. For those of you who've been coming here for years, you'll know that I gave a paper going, the best way to use JATS is to subset it. But the train has moved on. People don't want to subset it. So we're talking about if you're using it out of the box, as everyone seems to prefer, except me and maybe Sasha, we're talking about what else you can do, what other decisions you need to make.
I think we have time for one more comment or question if somebody has one.
Debbie and Sasha, I would say that you're either subsetting JATS or you're subsetting it without knowing it.
Well, or you're using all 17 ways that you can associate an author with their affiliation in JATS. And if you're using all 17 of them kind of at random, what you're not doing is being consistent.
Bruce Rosenblum from Monera. I'll just toss in one last comment that be careful when you subset, because I do know of at least one person in this room who subset a little too aggressively and then discovered that they had removed things from the DTD that they actually needed for their own content. Infrequent cases, but it was still needed for their own content.
We have one more. Caroline Weber from Aries Systems. As a vendor, could I just ask, why are there 17 different ways you could tag a contributor? Because it would be way easier for us if there was one or maybe two.
I can tell you why they're there. They're there because when JATS was brand new and we were inventing it, we wanted to make it as easy as possible for people with existing XML to convert their stuff into JATS in ways that were not scary. So what we were basically doing was pandering to the XML users in the journals world already. And what we did was make it as easy for them to take however they were tying their bits together and move it in. And I agree with you, it would be way better if there were fewer of them, as in maybe like one. And I think is that one of the things that JATS for Our folks are working on?
Yeah, the JATS for Our group met yesterday, and one of the next topics we're going to discuss is authors and affiliations and how to link them together and really the best ways to do that.
Debbie LePere, Mulberry Technologies. I would like to stress that, as Tommy said, JATS was written as a conversion target. And this is, I think, the answer to the why do we have blue and why do we have green? Green is that conversion target, and bits for books is the same. We assume you're already doing something and you need to convert it. Blue is a lot tighter. Blue doesn't allow quite as many ways, still too many, but quite as many ways. And blue was tight by design. They split, 6 years ago, 10 years ago now, and blue and green, yeah.
So, back to the subsetting question. In order to subset, you don't have to write a new DTD. You can subset by adding schematron to DTD in your process. And that's a lot easier, and you get nice content-specific error messages because you're going to write them yourself. Okay, thank you, Tommy.
Welcome back. As people are coming in, I will give an introduction. We have heard this morning several times about orchids. We need them from our various authors and contributors, and why don't we have IDs for these people, and how do we disambiguate? And here to tell us all about orchids is Laurie Hack, the executive director of ORCID. But before she does, I have a question for all of you. How many of you have gone out and signed up? How many of you have? All right. Notice the group. Okay. Then you're on.
Okay. All right, can you guys hear me? I'm going to buck the trend. I can't stand behind this podium because I just like grip it and then I lose track of what I'm supposed to say. So I'm going to follow up with your question and ask how many of you out there have incorporated collection of ORCID identifiers into your publishing processes? Raise your hand. That is excellent news. How many of you actually require it? How many of you are using ORCID identifiers for co-authors? All right, yay. Excellent. So the paper, we actually wrote a paper, and we wrote the paper. I actually don't know if any of my co-authors made it here today. Some of them were supposed to. But this is a joint effort, and it was really me trying to get a number of different publishers together in one platform, together to try to understand how they are using ORCID and how we together can communicate what the appropriate, effective practices for using identifiers in publishing processes are. And in this paper, we focused on ORCID as one such identifier, but certainly DOIs are identifiers. We have DOIs for papers. We have DOIs for data sets. You can go to my next slide. There's all kinds of fun identifiers. And I know it's right after lunch. I get to walk around and you don't. So I have lots of pictures. So I'm hoping that will help with the postprandial, maybe not bliss, but postprandial state that you're in. So I'll be talking about ORCID. Let's see if this thing works, which is here. But there's also DOIs. There's other kinds of identifiers for people, including archive IDs, somebody said this morning. You've got DOIs, which are used for data sets and papers and a variety of other kinds of things that individuals create. I don't have ISBN up there. I probably should. You also have identifiers that are used for organizations, and I'm going to talk a little bit, tiny little bit, about how ORCID uses organization data and attempt to maybe pique people's interest on how we say, how we community, how we publishers might want to start stating affiliations and associating affiliation information with individuals, with authors. And then there's also other fun identifiers. Here, this is for Earth samples, and another identifier ontology for research resources like your antibodies or your computer program, right? All kinds of fun identifiers. So we could be here for a week talking about all of this, and if anyone's really interested, Crossref Datasite and ORCID are going to be hosting a Pitapalooza. The 7th of November, I think, is the date, in your favorite place in November, which would be, where it's always dark, Iceland. So stay tuned for more about that. But today about ORCID. So why identifiers? I think everyone in this room knows this, but I found it interesting that when you work with structured language with markups, that in many cases people don't necessarily see the value of identifiers because they feel that their structured language markup handles this stuff. It doesn't. I mean, you mentioned this morning already, how do we think about names for people within structured markup language, right? Is it first name, last name? Is it first initial, last name? Which one goes first, the last name or the first name? And my heavens, if you're talking about Wang Chen, which one is the first name? And if you're working in Europe, it's not last name, it's surname. And if you're in other places of the world, it's family. Oh my God, it's a mess, right? So having an identifier for a name, whether that is a name of a person, a name of an organization, or a name of an object that a person created, solves a lot of those problems, or at least changes that problem to something else. So instead of worrying about which one's the first and the last name and how are we going to state it in our system, you can say, I'm going to use an identifier for this name. And that identifier will have encoded in it, in the database you're pulling that information from, information you can then choose to decide, how do I want to display that in my system, okay? So identifiers support persistent and unique identification of people, places, and things. In combination with XML formatted structure fields, they can be used to replace typed data entry, which everyone hates. Your editors, your authors, all hate typed data entry. And also to this point of standard cross-platform expression, talking with folks this morning, some of you have several different databases or one database per journal. Yikes, right? So if you think about using identifiers, you can now start talking about how do you connect information across those individual databases. All right, so before I go into this slide, I want to state one other thing, and Angela brought this up in her talk this morning, which is what should publishers be doing, right? And I heard that question maybe a little bit differently than other folks in the audience. I think there are things that publishers are being asked to do that really other organizations should be doing. And I want to kind of use this little platform right here to say, publishers' major, in my view, maybe from my perspective, publishers' major responsibility is asserting authorship relationships. This person authored this paper in my journal. That's what I think publishers should be responsible for. Right now, you're being asked to make assertions about funding. You guys don't fund. Funders fund. Funding organizations should be making assertions about funding agency, funded this person, and that information should be available to publishers to tag a paper,
It shouldn't be something you guys are doing. You don't have any expertise in funding. And it's the same thing with affiliation. These researchers don't work for you. They work for the university. They work for the government. They work for somebody else. They don't work for you. That assertion of affiliation should be the responsibility of their employer or of their trainer with the university. Okay? That stuff should be happening somewhere else. And a big part of what we're doing at ORCID is trying to make that happen in a structured way, and happen in a way that publishing systems can, by knowing a person's ORCID ID, pull into that publication process. Okay? So it's not your job to make the assertion about affiliation or funding. It's your job to pull that information in and mark it up to answer the questions that you might have. All right, so how can publishers use identifiers? So back on to publishers, what do? When should they be inserted, by whom, and how, right? These are always the questions, and the devil is always in the detail, and I like to give talks at about this level, and today the talk's a little lower, and we'll actually put a little XML into these slides, but I'm not an XML person. So I can read it, I can talk a bit about it. If you have more detailed questions, I'm happy to put you in touch with our support team or point you to where our technical documentation is at ORCID. So in the paper, again, we are examining identifiers, in particular ORCID, and we describe workflows. The paper involved authors from Hindawi, from NISO Springer, and also from PLOS, talking about how they're using ORCID in their systems. And we also worked with Overleaf, a LaTeX platform. There's other folks here with these LaTeX authoring platforms about how those kinds of platforms, again, can be used to take some of the burden off of publishers and put it in the right place, I think, for authors, which is as they're writing a paper, should be when the ORCID identifiers, when the research resource identifiers, when the data set identifiers, et cetera, should be associated during the writing process, and all of that available as the document is submitted, not assembled when the document is submitted. This is my little, wonderful world with daffodils and unicorns, but okay. So why should I care? A number of publishers are not only using identifiers, we saw the hands, but a growing number of publishers are starting to require that identifiers be used during the publishing process. So this is why you should care, okay? Now, as a community, I had we up there, but we, then people read as me. So as a community, right, we need to ensure that when we're using identifiers, that the collection is done in a way that is easy, follows effective practices, and that it's done in a way that creates a smooth and common experience for your authors. Because the more that you change it, let's say Journal 1 does ORCID collection one way, and somebody else that does it another way, it confuses the author, and it means fewer authors are going to use it or use it the right way. So what we're trying to do is get a common, easy, and effective practice for collecting the identifiers that individuals in the process will recognize how to do, and you guys can all transform, into the information that you want. All right, so steps for using ORCID. So there's 4 steps, and you can start at the bottom step and you go up the stairs. And I probably should have put them the other way because this person's going up. But you start off collecting the identifiers. Now, I'm going to ask you to raise hands again. It's after lunch. We have to get moving. How many of you who are collecting identifiers are allowing people to type their ID in? Is anybody typing it in? I'm so glad to see no hands. That's just great. How many of you are using a process that allows somebody to search for their name in the ORCID registry and fetch their identifier from a list? Don't do it. Please just stop doing that. It's a really bad idea. Okay, I'm working with the vendor that supports that to try to get them to change that process. It's an exceptionally bad idea because people are going to search for Jim Smith, and a whole list of ORCID IDs is going to come up. And a number of those records, probably the vast majority of them, will have Jim Smith and an ORCID ID and 0 other information that's available publicly. And that person is going to go, oh, one of these is probably me. Oh, I think it's this one. And the wrong ID is going to get attached to that publication. And life will suck. So let's not do that, okay? We got to use authentication. There's a little handy button. We can provide you all the code. Use the button, whether you send it out in an email, whether it's included probably in your platform during the submission phase, whether it's already collected in the LaTeX that comes into your system. Use the button, make sure somebody logs into their ORCID record, signs in with a password, and the identifier is passed you through an API. No search and fetch. All right, you also need to connect the identifier into your system if you have author profiles in your publishing system. Stick the ORCID ID in there. Then it's there. You save it. You can save their permission, tokens, all that stuff. Save it. You also should be displaying the identifier in the published work. You have no idea how important this is to researchers. If you don't display it, they call us up and say, oh, I've been using my ID, but I don't see it in any of my published works. What happened to it? And I have to call the publisher and say, why aren't you using ORCID IDs in your display? So if you aren't, please talk to your production vendor or have them talk with us and figure out how to do the display. But display is a huge part to the researchers of the benefit of using an ORCID ID. It seems like a small thing to you. It's a big thing to the researchers. All you need is that green ID icon. That's it. You don't even have to display the full string in the document. The ID icon does not take up very much space. Please, please, please display the ID. And then sync. So either directly or using the really fabulous Crossref auto update process, please make sure that the information attached to their ORCID ID, that paper, gets back into their ORCID record. Okay? This is the major benefit to researchers. This is the publisher asserting authorship. This is what matters. This is what you guys can do, and only you guys. Make sure the assertion gets back. Okay, so this is high level. I showed there's a URL there for best practice guidelines that provided at this level, but also way down into the weeds on what the code actually looks like, how the XML, should be structured. Please use these. Okay, so into some more detail. So more pictures. So again, collecting identifiers using authentication. Anyone who's heard me give a talk realizes that I'm going to say this about 20 more times so that you can't leave here without having this ingrained in your DNA. So do place a button on the publisher site that activates the ORCID registration login process. Okay? Do use APIs to exchange data for all of the authors. Okay? That means that the person and the identifier belong with each other. When you do this, it eliminates typos. No one's going to type in their 16-digit identifier, please. It also provides opportunity to request data transfer approval. Anyone operating in Europe, which is probably everyone in here, understands the lots of fun that we're having right now with the data transfer and data protection authorities, we being the community, not just ORCID. ORCID provides you a way to ask for permission from the individual to transfer their data from system to system. Use it. Authentication helps you. It also, this particular process I'm talking about, is the same method for connecting ORCID IDs to information that's used by funders and by universities. Researchers will recognize it, they'll use it, and they'll use it the right way. Now, do not, as I said, support search by name or co-author, editor, manual data entry. If you are not collecting using authentication, or if you are collecting without using authentication, stop and just stop collecting the ID. And until such time as you can collect using authentication. I feel very strongly about this. If you are not ready for authentication, wait until you're ready. It is much harder to clean up a mess than to make it in the first place. Now, another thing we can do is use these fun LaTeX editors. This is an example for Overleaf, but there are several others. And what these do is allow the individual to connect their ORCID to their author record inside that system. So as they're editing or participating, collaborating on writing a document, their ORCID ID is already in there. And as publishers are starting to ingest LaTeX articles, for example, from, there's Paul, you're here today, others doing this, it pushes the collection of identifiers, it comes in the XML format. And it'll also come with the authenticate on because the ORCID ID has been authenticated here. So this is another way to collect ORCID IDs and push it before the manuscript submission process. Kind of cool. All right. So let's see here. Next one. XML-based article submission, a little bit more here. All of this can be customizable. Actually, another hand raising. How many journals in here are already allowing for LaTeX-based submission in some ways? There's a few. That's good. Okay. You can do pre-submission checks for required metadata, whether that's an ORCID ID, other IDs that you want to have in there, including data set IDs, and then alerts to the corresponding author if those checks fail. So there's lots of ways of pushing this, again, upstream back to the author. And the other nice thing, as I was mentioning before, but we'll, say it here, the ORCID identifier, at least in Overleaf, is passed using what's called a contrib ID element with the type ORCID and the @authenticated flag. This is really important. I'll come to why it's important. But this means in the XML, you can encode whether that person actually validated their identifier during the submission process. So we know in the XML that this individual belongs to that ID. This is really important, okay? You want a contrib ID element with type ORCID and the @authenticated flag. Okay, and as somebody, I think we were talking about this at lunch, these identifiers can be preserved from the first submission and updated in resubmissions without having to recast the whole document. All right, passing identifiers into production systems. So this, I think, other than the search and fetch method in submission, this, I think, has been where everything falls apart. And I don't think it's just for ORCID IDs. I think it's for a lot of things. So we have spent a lot of time trying to figure out with our publisher members how to try to deal with this step between manuscript submission and review and the production process. And it's still not great. But for papers submitted as PDF or Word documents, what happens, as you are all well aware, and this is something I had to learn the hard way, as somebody said, those of us who come into this who aren't publishers have to be taught some things, and this was one of the things for me. The collection of identifiers, or really of any metadata, occurs in parallel and is not integrated into the manuscript until after acceptance, which I was like, really? Then how do you know the metadata actually belongs with this manuscript? You don't. So you have to have people working hand in hand. So this is a problem. This is something we have to make sure for those publishers who don't have streamlined XML submission that they understand and are making sure that the metadata from the submission system is making it into production without manual intervention, in particular in the case of ORCID IDs. Yep, oh, ding, oh heavens, okay, I'll keep going. So here's some things, a couple other things. Nature and PLOS include ORCID IDs as an XML file, and Hindawi is currently doing manual checks and is going to be moving over to XML transmission when they, later this year, start requiring ORCID. And another thing here, gosh, I'm going too slow, names can change. So when you're doing manual checks, if you're doing manual checks for names, realize, at least for individuals and sometimes for organizations, that those names can change over time. And so if you go back and look at somebody's ORCID record and their name on their ORCID record is Jim Smith, but it's a James Smith or maybe Jamie Smith, it may well be the same person. You can't, out of hand, or maybe it's a completely different last name, say it's not the right person just because their name doesn't match. So make sure, again, use the authenticated flag to make sure it's the right person. All kinds of fun you can do with indexing. I think the big thing I want to point out with indexing is this one. Crossref requires that all ORCID IDs need to express with it an authenticated equals true or false designation. If it states authenticated is true, Crossref can kick off an auto-update process to make sure the metadata for that paper gets associated with the individual's ORCID record. Okay? Now, PubMed's DTD does not yet support an authentication flag. I'd really like to see that happen, so maybe I need to fill out the form. So right now, anything that's coming through PubMed's DTD you don't know if the ORCID ID has been authenticated or not. This is a bit of a problem. All right, make sure you include those identifiers in your Crossref submission. This is another place things fall apart, is that the identifiers aren't going into that submission to Crossref. Make sure that happens. Current gaps, this is my second to last slide. Working on author awareness and the benefit of using identifiers. I think the launch of the Crossref auto update piece is a huge part of our community effort to communicate back to authors. Stop using that manual data entry. Implement effective practice for collecting co-author information. This means you need to interact directly with the co-authors and ask them to log in and connect their ORCID ID into your system. I know that's work, but I think it's the right thing to do for many, many reasons. And then finally, as I was mentioning, the burden for using these structured fields, for using identifiers, needs to be distributed, I think, better. At different touch points, whether that's distributing the work for authors earlier on in the process and distributing the work across research sectors, so across publishers, funders, universities, and individuals. I won't go through this one, and this is my last slide, and I'll end here, and hopefully there's another 3 minutes left for questions. 4, 5, 2, 6 minutes. 6! Yes, okay. So. Any questions, or are we tired after lunch?
Well, I have a comment to make that is not a question. PubMed may well not use authenticated, but PubMed Central uses JATS, and JATS has an authenticated attribute on the contrib ID.
Okay, good. Good to hear. That's good to hear.
How many of you are using it?
Yeah, that's what
well.
Yeah.
It's there. For those of you at home who cannot see the audience, a hand and a half went up on that. How many are using authenticated? Oh, well. Questions?
All right.
So what is the implication of not being authenticated? If you submit the metadata via Crossref and the authenticated defaults to false, what happens when it goes to ORCID?
It won't go to ORCID. That's the implication. If authenticated equals false, it will not go to ORCID.
Okay.
Does that convince a few more of you? Bruce?
There's no reason it couldn't be tied if it doesn't have a DOI. If you want to use the Crossref auto update, then you have to have a DOI for the paper, but you can certainly tie an ORCID to a paper independently of whether that paper has a DOI issued to it. Yeah, I mean, they're just, for ORCID to have any listing, there needs to be some identifier string, right? We include URLs even though it's maybe not persistent, but it's in there. So the idea for the publisher is you come in, you collect the identifier for the person, whatever else you want to get at the beginning, right? At the end of the day, if you want to go through Crossref, you have to use a Crossref DOI minting process. But the publisher themselves can make that assertion, use the API, and push the metadata back to the ORCID record. Yeah, I kind of did I was going to go off on that this morning. Yeah, not only did you guys not collect ORCID IDs for authors, there's also no DOI for the paper. So what I did, I kind of kludgied it, and I went to my Figshare account, and I posted the paper in my Figshare account and got a DOI there. And that means that the next time DataCite does their auto update run, it'll post into my ORCID record. So that's how I handled it. But it's not the recommended plan. Well, go for it. It works. If you have a Figshare account, it works really well. Yeah, I don't know where else this is being indexed. You know, there's no PubMed ID. There's only a URL. I didn't see an ISBN, so I don't know how else I'm going to be able to find this paper, other than either typing it in myself or doing the Figshare kludgy. Yep.
Can we get an answer to that from Jeff or Laura, or how are these papers being indexed?
Those are all good questions.
Which is shorthand for no. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Then thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Melissa? Okay, and our next speaker, while our next speaker is coming down, Melissa is working for a really interesting journal, a born digital journal, eLife, and she chairs the JATS for reuse. So they are the people who try to think about, yes, the DTD and the schemas do not enforce this, but we might want to talk about it as a community and enforce some common practice and make some schematron available for that. So with that, we can, 20 minutes. Okay. How do you get the slides up? That's a very good question. You should be visible somewhere.
Oh, someone's doing it.
Is that you? All right. Ta-da!
Cool. Thank you. And I can use
And somebody can figure out how she switches slides, because I still don't know that.
I'm assuming it's just
Arrow keys. Oh, that thing.
Oh, that one. Okay. Hi. Yes. So I was listening to a lot of the talks this morning, and I think I'll kind of chat about some of those items. But one of the key things that I want to talk about is how we set up eLife. So we set it up in, we started publishing content in October 2012, and I joined eLife in March 2012. And I was really excited because I thought, brilliant, brand new journal, no history, no archive, nothing difficult about this. I can set this up exactly how I want it to. And it's great, but in some senses, it feels like I might have taken a couple of steps backwards with what we're doing now. So, most people are familiar with this, the submission process. It's not nice for authors. We expect them to put in their title, their abstract. We ask for an impact statement, which is something eLife specific. We've got the ORCID there, and we do use the authentication process. We ask them to put in all of their details, including additional addresses, research addresses. For all authors, we ask them for their contributions, their competing interest statements, all this kind of stuff. At this point, people are crying. But for me, it was like, I want all of this in XML metadata form. I don't want it coming out of a Word file where it becomes really messy, and I want to send that to my typesetting vendor. I was just thinking about what I wanted, not necessarily about what the authors might want. But anyway, we'll move on to that. Yep, so they're already crying. Now we ask them to select their major subject areas, whether they've used a research organism, any other keywords they want to add. No, we're not finished yet. Did your ethics statement, did you do all this stuff? There's some other bits there which is more editorial, not that I'm worried about it for the export. And then we go on to data sets. So I know that the next talk is about data citations. So again, we ask if you've generated any major data sets or you've used any, can you put the details in here? And also your funding. So you can see the little ticks. That means that they have been validated through the FundRef ID, and that means that they will have a DOI there. And we link that to each author. So we ask quite a lot from them, and that's great because for me, I'll just move on to my next slide, all of this that is on the HTML view has come from that metadata from the submission system. So I was saying to authors, we want all this data and we're going to actually use it. A lot of publishers might not use it, but we are actually going to take it direct from there. We strip the cover page from your Word file, so it's all got to be right on the submission screens. And that's great, but submission systems aren't necessarily built for production. So we did come up with some problems, like if there's more than one set of equal contributions. So authors A and B contributed equally. What about C and D? They're different. They can't have the same tags. If they've got more than 2 addresses, we couldn't get that into the submission system. And if they had more than one present address, another author notes, someone's died, various things. And we ended up with lots of sticky notes all over the submission screens that had to be exported in author notes, which is in XML, but it's not clean data, and it's just a string, so it would involve some processing by the typesetters. But anyway, I got this. This is what I wanted, and I wanted it out of my the submission system. When we set up, though, obviously, the normal route of things, we set up for submissions first. The hosting platform and the website wasn't set up till later, so we were working in the dark in a way, because I was like, right, I want my structured XML. Okay, great, we're going to tag it like this, that, and the other. And we went for it. And then when it came to the hosting platform, it's like, no, that's not going to work. You're going to have to tag it differently. So I didn't want conversions in my process, but I ended up with them. But at least what came out was structured, and it would just involve the typesetters to doing some conversion work. It's been mentioned quite a few times in a few of the talks, is QC. So there was me saying, okay, author's going to put all this data in there. It's in their Word file as well, but that doesn't matter. We're making it clear to them we need it in the submission screens. They don't care. They've given a Word file with all their data in there. They don't want to have to fill in loads of forms, so they don't do it very well. So we had to implement a lot of QC to make sure that this data was valid in order to go into the production process. But that's fine. We could deal with that. So, like I said, the XML was a major factor in it. It did involve conversion, but you'd get the XML out at the very end. And then the Word file or the LaTeX file was the major content, but not the metadata. So that's how it worked. So the vendor was pretty happy with this. We did get complimented on the quality of our output. It was very clear they could programmatically do the conversions. So then we introduced the author's accepted manuscript publication process, whereby we were going to publish the author's raw Word file, the accepted manuscript, and I thought, brilliant, all of that data, I've got it. I can publish that at that stage. So there was a method to my madness, or not madness, whatever, but I could do something with it. So the problem is, though, is that we had the XML in the submission system that could come out, and we had the final XML. So who was going to make one fit the other? And if you go to the submission system and try and get all of that XML converted and get a valid file out that can be published, it would cost loads of money. And likewise, if you tried to get the end guys to convert the front bit, it would cost loads of money again, and time. So what we did was we devised a workflow whereby my colleague James, he developed SQL queries that came out with CSV files that were output with the files. There was a conversion process that my colleague Graham developed using Amazon Web Services. It's a lot cheaper. Then we got the XML out that we could publish at the same time with all of this, with the Word file. But all the stuff with crosses through, we couldn't actually publish on the site because in that workflow, the hosting platform couldn't support it. So I was foiled again, and there was very little of my metadata that I could use. So we've had two important changes this year and the back end of last year. We are now self-hosting, so we're in control of our hosting platform, and we have a new production vendor. So I'll just say that this production vendor that we're working with now, they were previously doing QC checks for us. So we were paying them to make sure all the metadata was correct in the submission screens, comparing it against the Word file, and making sure it's fine before it was output. And they were saying to me, why are you doing all of this? This is really painful. My staff are having to go through all these submission screens. Could you not export it, us check it there using our automated process and then re-import it back in? No, we can't do that. Okay, could you just export it to us and just trust our systems and focus on the Word file? And it did feel like going backwards, but I thought, okay, fine, that it will save me the QC. But the problem is just, I think, if I go back, the problem is I've got this workflow in place now. So I now have, just after a couple of years, I've now got a legacy workflow which is influencing what I can do. But anyway, not to worry. We've got our new self-hosting platform, so we can do more. That's exciting. And we've got the new vendor where we'll be able to do more stuff. Okay, fine. So now the process is that they take the Word or LaTeX file, the bits of the HTML that are available and important, and they convert it into HTML. And that seems to be working really well. And then on the author proofing system, it's much like a submission screens. We've got all the key information that we need there, but during production, the authors can change it. I don't think you can see an ORCID. Oh, there's no ORCID for that one. We are also trying to implement a process whereby we can validate ORCIDs and let authors add them in during the production process, because we are finding that they are being added at this point. So then we've got more of the metadata. Oh, we've got the funding information there, and we've got the little tick there as well. So if they add funding during this process, we can validate it against the FundRef ID list and make sure that it's valid. And then we've got the bulk of the content with the references and all that kind of stuff, and it generates the author proof on the fly. So the problem is that we've still got to do QC for content that's involving the author's accepted manuscript workflow, and we actually are having to QC the content when it comes into these screens. It is a lot better now, but we are still having to do QC. But that's manageable. So the author's accepted manuscript workflow, as I've mentioned before, we've got all of this going on, and we are now at the point where I've been persuaded I've got to think more about the authors and what they actually care about. So I'm like thinking, well, great, I've got all this metadata, I'm going to put it up there at the author's accepted manuscripts process when it's published, and it'll be great, and they'll love me. But actually, all they care about is whether they've contributed equally with someone, or whether that little envelope which indicates they're a corresponding author is displayed when their accepted manuscript is published. And they're the two things that we couldn't do before. So now, self-hosting, we can now put that in. And we're now in the process of looking at the submission screens and working out, now that we're not actually using all of that metadata, how much we should force authors to provide to us. But there are two key lessons that I've learned through this process. And, well, there's more than two, but the key things. During the editorial process, there are revision cycles. And this XML, that is basically the submission screens, it's the output, that, unless someone is going in at every single stage and updating, and if someone is QCing it or actually really cares from the author's point of view, then that's kind of low level. And then you get the Word file or the LaTeX file that will get submitted time and time again, depending on how many revision cycles there are, and there will be changes. So this has an impact. And really, what we would really like to build, and we are planning to, and I'm sure most publishers are thinking about this as well, is having the one common system. So if we have an HTML, so authors input their content really easily, and it goes into an HTML system, much the same as we've got in production, and I can get valid XML out of that at any point. They can update it, and they can work with it throughout our process. This is something we really want, but again, authors love their Word file or their LaTeX file, and that's easier for them. Why would they want to have to be tied to our publishing system during their peer review process? But we're aiming to try and make it as easy as possible. But anyway, so that is the first issue that I've come across, is that there's this problem during the whole process. And then the second one is that junk in, junk out. So we've talked a lot already about QC and the requirements and all the different things that we want to do with our content. And I thought naively right at the beginning, you give these submission screens to these authors, they'll fill them out properly. It was a bit naive of me and stupid, because they don't. And I don't blame them now, but I do have to perform QC. So whether it is at the end of the editorial process, before it gets exported to production, or whether it's at the start of production or throughout production, it needs to be done. And in order, so we junk in, junk out. And my last slide is my son. So a lot of people outside of this room, that doesn't look that well structured, but to a 3.5-year-old that is. And to a lot of people, XML is a bit scary and doesn't look as structured as we think it is. But I've learned that we always have to have QC at one stage or another, and no matter how much money I want to save and not having this, it's really important in order to get good XML out at the very end.
I have a comment.
A comment, good, no question.
Not a question.
Okay.
You talked about the envelope, little envelope icon. In PMC, we've been using the envelope icon since 2000,
Okay.
maybe 2001. And we had several questions just this year of people who didn't know what that was because they don't really use regular mail anymore. So,
Yeah.
More questions?
So that was a great talk. So what are you doing in terms of the revision cycle then? Are you doing any XML manipulation, or what's your workflow doing
No,
that?
yeah, it is just purely the LaTeX file or the Word file that gets re-uploaded during those stages. We are really looking at the option of having some sort of HTML conversion, so everything is done on that view, whether it's the author's comments, the editor's comments and things like that. But I don't think it's going to happen this year, because much as we'd like it, there is still a lot of persuasion to be had on the author's point of view as well. And I don't think it's going to be that easy for them to make that change.
Okay, we are going to need a few minutes anyway, because I don't know if you have given, Tim, do the people have your slides? They will in a second. Okay. Talk among yourselves. This is a three-part session that the general theme of is things we need to pay attention to, okay? And it started out with Laurie Hack talking to us about persistent identifiers that we need to pay attention to. And then we just had Melissa, and Melissa was talking about overwhelming your authors is not a good idea, even if you think it is, and QC is always necessary. I really liked the QC is always necessary message because I work as a consultant, and we have been fired several times for insisting that people needed QC. They said, we're paying the vendors to do it right. Why do we need QC? There is no answer to that. If you have to ask, never mind. And for our third session on things we need to pay attention to, Tim Clark is going to talk about citing data. I met him at a Force 11 meeting in London, where they had decided they needed all kinds of stuff for citing data, and they were going to write their own data set. And Jeff Beck and I went there to say, we almost have it all in JATS. Can you just tell us what we need to add? And he did, and she did, and the Bears did. And JATS has changed because they requested things. So this comes back to the theme Tommy brought up earlier, make requests through the NISO line. You can get what you want. He'll tell you about that.
We got it.
You got it.
Right. Thanks, Debbie. So I'm going to talk a little bit about data citation, which is something that is actually rapidly moving forward in several publishers, and is actually supported by an initiative in Force 11 and in the BioCaddy Center funded by the BD2K program here at NIH. So this talk has two titles. One is this long title, and this is the short title. Why should we cite data? And what does it really mean? And so the background to this whole notion of citing data is NIH, the National Academy of Sciences, CODATA, Library of Congress, numerous science policymakers and funders have become recently rather concerned about the question of scientific reproducibility and robustness of results. If I read something in a scientific journal that's been peer-reviewed, what's the likelihood that it's true versus the likelihood that it's a crock of rubbish? And there have been, sort of different levels of badness detected in the literature, ranging from out-and-out fraud, the stimulus transition acquired pluripotency scandal a few years ago, to just simply false positives, people sort of tweaking their data a little bit too hard, torturing it until it confesses, as the saying goes. And so a number of significant science policy studies have come out in the past few years to recommend that primary data that's the basis for an assertion in a scientific article, your primary data, typically in biomedicine, that's what that is, should be archived in a robust repository of some sort, and that it should be cited, and the citation should be tracked in the reference list very much like a publication is cited. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? That if I make an assertion in a scientific paper, I usually have some kind of a reference mark that says, well, the backing for this assertion, that the warrant that you have to believe that it's true is to be found in this literature. But it's not turtles all the way down. You can't just keep going down and down. At some point, there's some piece of literature that actually has primary data. And where's the citation to that? So in the BD2K program here at NIH, run out of Phil Bourne's office, part of their whole rationale, or one of their main goals, is to facilitate use, and I guess you could also say reuse, of biomedical digital assets by making them discoverable, accessible, and citable. That actually, the recent paper, or actually editorial that came out in Nature Scientific Data, uses the acronym FAIR: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. It's a kind of mantra. I call it a 4-letter elevator pitch. And in Force 11 and in BioCaddy, we've done a lot of work over the past few years on getting technology and specific recommendations in place on how to do this. And what Debbie described, the meeting that we had at the British Library to kind of work through what you'd need to do to JATS to support data citation, was one of several initiatives that we undertook on that, in that way. And we now actually have a pilot project in place with a number of major publishers participating. So why would we do this? Okay, so the first, this sort of is an elaboration of what I just said. The first really reasons would be transparency and validation. If I just draw a graph and put it in my paper, how do I know that that graph really was computed properly? How do I understand how it was computed? What's the primary data? And this also, and the ability to validate the assertions that people have made in their publications. And tied to that rather closely is the question of reproducibility and robustness. So if it's not valid, very difficult to reproduce it. And if you can't reproduce it in biomedicine, you can't transfer academic results to the target discovery units in pharma. They won't transfer successfully. And robustness is sort of a further elaboration of that notion in that that if I get the same essential results using different ways of measuring the data, that's robustness. So that would encompass things like I believe this is a good target for a therapeutic agent that would have an effect on the disease based on molecular data. Is it a robust finding? Can I get the same result demonstrated in animal studies, preclinical animal studies? Can I get the same result and show efficacy in a clinical trial? So better science is the first reason, okay? The second reason is a kind of, let's say, higher level science in a certain way. It's reuse and discovery through meta. If you have all this data, if you're requiring people to archive their primary data and cite it, you've basically the public, if you start from the perspective of the data, then the publication actually is a huge set of metadata on that data. And particularly for larger data sets, you can do potentially a lot of interesting things using big data techniques. And lastly, we want to do all this to radically improve how we're doing in biomedical translation and cure diseases. Are we doing very well in biomedical translation? I don't know. It doesn't look like it for a number of reasons. This is a graph of number of drugs developed or put on the market per $1 billion US dollars of R&D spending. And it is a sawtooth here, but it's going down. A lot. And this is the log scale, so it's not very optimistic. This is from a paper by Scannell from 2012, and the line has not turned around since then. So let's go back into a little historical perspective on the whole notion of actually transparency of science, or as it used to be called in the 17th century, natural history. Circa 1660, Robert Boyle and a number of other colleagues who a few years later were involved in founding the Royal Society and launching the first scientific journal, they were concerned, among other things, with the notion of scientific fraud, such as people claiming they could turn lead into gold. And just to give you a little further perspective on that, it was the idea that lead could be transformed into gold. Now, it's not so far-fetched in a way, because because elements can be transmuted, just not in the crazy way that the alchemists thought. And in fact, the British government around that time made it illegal to turn lead into gold. Does anybody have any idea why they might have made that illegal? It's called debasing the currency. So people really believed that could be done, but maybe not Robert Boyle, and he wrote an entire book about the methodology that most alchemists, who were the sort of precursors of chemists, the approach that they took. So he and his colleagues promoted a quote, new natural philosophy that was not based on deduction from first principles and ancient authorities such as Aristotle or Galen, but on interrogating nature through open experiments. And that doesn't sound like such a novel thing now, but it was completely heretical in his day. So they actually had to form the Royal Society essentially outside of the universities, because the universities were dominated by theologians and lawyers and, doctors too. But they were dominated by people who were believed very much in simply consulting the ancient authorities and deducing from texts. And so the method of Boyle and Robert Hooke and Christopher Wren and Huygens and all of those people was that scientific facts will now be established by public reproducible demonstration of an experiment before a jury of one's peers. Now, when the Royal Society was formed, actually, Robert Hooke was their curator of experiments, and periodically, I think it was once a month, he'd actually conduct in an auditorium for the members of the society an experiment that had been proposed by the members. So they were making all of their experimental procedures and results open and transparent. They founded the journal, Transactions of the Royal Society, because they simply couldn't get all their members to show up at all these meetings. They were a very far-flung society eventually. So they needed to communicate in other ways, and that was done by presenting their results. Now, the first issue of that journal, actually, if you read it, it's very interesting. It looks like a bunch of blog posts. I went over to Mr. Hooke's house, and we went in his backyard, and we looked through his new telescope, and this is what we saw. There's only one table of data in that whole issue, the 1665 to 66 issue. But there is a table of data, and that was very important. But as we know, there's been a trend over the years for data to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And the cost of generating data is decreasing about 5 times faster than Moore's law. You cannot put all your data, you cannot publish it in your article. You have surrogates, like little graphs and things. So this is actually an extract from some of the material that Boyle published in his famous experiments with air pumps, where they actually proved that you could have a vacuum in nature. That was thought to be impossible because it was written in the ancient authorities that nature abhors a vacuum. And this is a whole write-up on what they did to some poor frog. They put him in a container and took the air out, and it looked like he died. And just to make sure, they put him out on the lawn, and the next morning he seemed to be alive again, which is, I'm glad. But they're very detailed here about what they did, and there's a drawing of his apparatus. It was actually difficult with the technology of that day to make these air pumps, and they were very costly instruments, like a sequencing machine might be today, or was a few years ago. In any event, so this is, the point I'm making here is that transparency and openness about your methods and your data are the foundation of science. Reproducibility circa, say, 2012, when this article by Begley and Ellis came out, these are guys at Amgen in the hematology-oncology group there who looked at about 54, I think it was, academic results from major league journals that in hematology oncology, and that were very relevant to things that Amgen was trying to do. Basically, there's a lot of work going on hematologic malignancies and people developing tyrosine kinase inhibitors and that whole program. And they wanted to look at some of these results, and it turned out that only 11% of them could actually be reproduced in their labs. Now, there could be other reasons for this besides the fact that perhaps somebody published a false positive result. It could be that Begley and Ellis's group wasn't as competent at the techniques as the folks who actually first published it, or the people who published it might not have conveyed their information in sufficient detail. But in any event, this is a problem that's recognized now. And so I mentioned reproducibility. This is a question of robustness. So this is a drawing of the pharma pipeline, a schema of the pharma pipeline from its different phases. And the attrition in the pipeline, that's after you get this 89% dropout passing from academia to pharma, the attrition rate is 95.9%, accounting for this particular number of $1.78 billion to develop a new drug. It's not very comforting to know how costly it is to develop new drugs. All of the costs of those failures are rolled into the cost of the one new drug that comes out of that funnel. So it's not a good scene. And why does this have anything to do with publishing data? Because one of the key things is selecting the right target. You have to have the right target. If you get the wrong target, you're not going to cure anything, even if you do all these experiments properly. This is a statement from Mark Bunnage, who's VP Head of Chemistry at Pfizer. And he says that getting better target selection is the single most important factor. So there's two aspects of this that have to do with data citation. If you don't have good enough data, hard to validate the results and sort of put the smell test on them, and you end up spending a lot of time fooling around in the target discovery group and getting ultimate failure. But the other problem is that you want to have more data, the data available to you because of the robustness issue. Even if you can reproduce the specific experiment that demonstrated X, that's only one element in the whole story that some scientists have put together that says why this is a good target. And if your theory of why this is a good target is wrong, you can go all the way down the line and you will fail. So here's another reason, and I just re-emphasizing this, is data reuse and big data. There are caveats here. You can't just reuse data sets that are not, sort of compatible with one another, but there are all kinds of interesting things you can do if you have data sets that are available to you that of sufficient size. Deep learning, predictive data mining, and the whole like. Now, there is a problem in all of this, and this goes back to something Melissa was talking about, where she sort of had these approaches that she wanted the authors to follow, and they, for some unaccountable reason, did not follow them because it didn't suit them. This is a statement that Mike Ashburner made. Okay, and it applies to data as well. I have a colleague who shall remain nameless, who's a rather famous geneticist in Alzheimer's research, who's got an amazing set of data, and I asked him if he would consider publishing this data, archiving it, and citing it when he brings his first publication on it. He said, I'll archive it and I'll cite it. It won't be available for 3 or 4 years. I said, why is that? He said, because that'll be how long it takes me to write the total number of papers I expect to write on these papers. You don't want to be scooped. So, of course, the people who kind of develop this critique are not the biologists whose bread and butter is this data. They're computer scientists, Dave DeRoer, Carol Goebel, and people who are into that computer science-y kinds of things like Mike Ashburner. So you have a problem of incentives here, that the computer scientists really want that data so they can crunch it, they can reuse it. The science policymakers want to make the science right, make it productive. Open data. NIH wants to fund research to cure diseases. Open data. Data scientists, publish more open data. Because if I can reuse your data, I can publish all kinds of interesting things. I'll put my sexy new algorithms on it. Bench scientists, publish more, closed data. So there's a conflict here, and that has to be bridged. So the biologists have lots of excuses, right? Various kinds, including, I don't have it anymore, or I lost it. It's pretty sad if you think about it, because that's what you used to tell your teacher in elementary school. Pretty sad. Dog-eared. Postdoc, no lie, was on a CD, my postdoc had it in his apartment, and his apartment burned down. Then there's also the data science extremism problem. All data must be published in RDF format. Well, what's RDF? Column headers, all column headers must be normalized for formal ontology so I can use all my cool semantic web tools. And the poor bench scientist is pummeled with the fact that there are 468 ontologies and 6.5 million classes out there, and he doesn't know what end is up. Oh, the ontology is my precious now. So you have this between the data scientists and the bench scientists, and it has to be bridged. The people who actually have the ability to bridge this, in my opinion, it starts with the funders and policymakers like NIH, and fortunately NIH and Elixir and EBI and the Europeans in general are all over this. Goes to the publishers, and once you sort of mandate that people have the data published, archive it and cite the primary data as a criterion for being published in a peer-reviewed journal, I think that solves this problem. So you have counter-incentives. I sort of got ahead of myself here. Publishers are incentivized towards open data because you need their article to understand the data. And people like Elsevier, who are based on a closed access model, are threatened a bit, I would say, to be honest, by the open access movement. And they're thinking about, well, what if everything becomes open access all the time? Where's our revenue stream? So literally, Elsevier and other large publishers are working night and day to develop interesting data products that they can sell you. Very large data products. So how do you harmonize all this stuff? I think you require data archiving to achieve publication, and I think that's coming. You make it easier for people to comply with your rigorous requirements. You just don't throw a fence up in front of them and you give them a door to go through. And you listen to the data science people, but don't let them go crazy. So it's all a matter of incentives so everybody can share the meal, so to speak. So now I'm going to just say a few words about a pilot project that we're doing as part of the BioCaddy program. It's organized in a collaboration between BioCaddy and Force 11 that JATS is part of. And Jeff and Debbie are participating in this. So the notion here is that, as I said, the point of publication is the point of leverage, and what we want to do is all these publishers are starting to think about and start to take steps towards implementing data citation. Let's not have everybody go off in different directions. Let's try to harmonize them, get them on the same page, smooth the path, and make it easier for people to implement this in some reasonable way that is reasonably standardized, and provide long-term incentives as well. So all of this stuff is based on a set of principles called the Joint Declaration that came out in 2014, and it's been endorsed. This says 80 scholarly organizations, but it's over 90 now, and have endorsed this, and it's really about why you should cite data. but it's only at the level of principles. So the meeting that Debbie talked about at the British Library was part of a follow-on effort, which was to develop a set of guidelines on how to do this in detail, quite detailed guidelines. Maybe they're a little too detailed. That's what some people have said to me. So now what we're on is kind of the third phase of this, which is the pilot, where we're trying to align a bunch of publishers, repositories, identifier issuers, and the like, along on these principles to do things basically in the same way that interoperates with one another. So we want to coordinate and guidance, provide coordination and guidance for the early adopters amongst the publishers, the repositories, the ID metadata services, help establish benchmark implementations, and provide lessons learned back to the community. So some of the participants, I think this is actually significant. So PLOS, Elsevier, Nature, Faculty of 1,000, GigaScience, eLife is in there, I should have mentioned them, EBI, all of these folks are participating at one level or another. In the publisher community, actually, Elsevier, Springer Nature, and eLife are pretty much leading the whole group of publishers right now. And JATS is 1.1 revision, which does support direct data citation because they kindly agreed to implement our requests and work with us on validating them and making them go right. It does support direct data citation. It's not going to be the only XML schema that's used to do this. There are the folks at Springer Nature and Elsevier have a legacy problem of old XML schemas, but what they can do with their legacy schemas is that they can use JATS as a 1.1 as a model, okay? So part of our pilot, we have a JATS expert group, Jeff, Debbie, and Florian Gray from EBI. They're working closely with the early adopter publishers. They're working closely with JATS-4R, and I'm really grateful to the folks in this group because they're really helping to make this whole thing work. The early adopter publishers, co-chaired, and the deliverable out of this expert group is a detailed roadmap for publishers, by publishers, to data citation, and I saw a first draft of it today, and it looks pretty good. So it's coming along. And I think as a stretch goal, this isn't publicly announced, and I'm not announcing it. I'm just saying that, let's just say that folks in both of those publishers believe and intend to have support for data citation by the end of 2016. And they may deny it if you say that I said that, but they actually are going in that direction at full speed. There's an identifier harmonization group that's also very important in the pilot. California Digital Library and the EBI are collaborating with support from Elixir, BioCaddy, and NIH to harmonize identifier resolution across all the standard bioinformatics databases. And that's another product out of this pilot. And there are also expert groups in these areas as well. So this is our homepage, and you can go to the homepage, learn more about this project. Executive committee from folks from far and wide. We tried to make this manageable size, but also include the Europeans and the Americans. And I think I'd just like to wrap up by saying that we need to systematically cite data. It's very important. It's about the integrity of science. It's about the actual implementation under present conditions in the digital ecosystem of the scientific method. And to do that, you need persistent, discoverable data archives with cited data, and that will enhance the capability for reuse, big data. And as a goal, we believe that that can significantly improve biomedical translation and lead to new discoveries. JATS 1.1, thank you again, guys. It's an important tool in data citation practice, and our interesting pilot, I believe, this year will support and promote implementing data citation in biomedical journals at scale. So, thank you. I'll take questions unless we're totally out of time. We might be totally. No, okay. I usually do 1 minute per, I think I do 1 minute per slide, and I thought, but, okay.
Somebody let you start early.
Oh, yeah.
You got to start early.
Oh, okay.
That's why. We have questions. Evan.
Evan, co-chair of the Chorus Technical Working Group, so interested in data from a funder's perspective. In this data citation initiative, is there any discussion about the difference between authors citing their own data versus citing someone else's data?
Right,
is that captured in the metadata correctly?
So our pilot is focused on citing your own data so that you get the primary data into the record. Now, it's true that you often might want to think about citing somebody else's data set. One of the interesting discussions has to do with, someone said, one of the participants in the early meetings on this pilot said, well, wait, so does that mean that if I'm really citing somebody's publication for a result, do I actually have to then cite his hundreds of data sets too? No. You keep citing other people's publications just the way you did. The reason for citing someone else's data set would be twofold. One, and basically in biomedicine, usually it's because you're doing a meta-analysis of some kind. So the data set is input to your analysis, the data set directly. So what you're relying on is not the conclusions somebody else made, but their data, right? So what is your warrant for belief? The other thing is that outside of biomedicine, for instance, in earth science and space science, the model is really, I mean, they have these very large shared instruments like telescopes, radio telescope arrays, sensor networks, satellites, and so forth, where they collect the data first. They just scoop it all up, and then you query the data set and look for what you might want to study. And so that's another case, and it's a more difficult case because then you have to get into the whole issue of citing dynamic data based on queries. So long story short, primary data is the emphasis. Your primary data that your conclusions are based on is our emphasis in this pilot, and we tried to stay the heck away from the Earth and space scientists.
And there is work ongoing, or at least there are lots of questions ongoing about, okay, I have my own data cited and two other major data sets. One of them absolutely supports me, that's why I'm citing it. The other one absolutely came to different conclusions, that's why I'm citing it. The role of it in your research and how to capture that in any kind of standard form, people aren't even capturing it in prose now, which is really sad.
You mean, when you say that, you mean the notion of support and challenge kind of thing? Yeah. That's very interesting.
I had a question for the audience before we get back. How many of your authors are citing data? For those of you who can't see that, it was less than 10, but some. Anyway, go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, and just the reason this question has come up is that funders who want to know that the research that they funded, the data has been made available, if the author has not cited their primary research data but cited something else, would we get a false indication?
Oh, wow, interesting. That's a great question, and actually, if you're around after this talk, maybe we can chat about it. Very interesting, yeah.
Other questions? Yes, Sasha.
Sasha Schwartzen, formerly co-chair of the NISO and phase group on supplemental materials to a journal article. Two questions. First, how do I make a distinction between including a data set as a supplemental material versus simply a citation? And the second question, maybe just a comment. In our work, we made a deliberate decision to sidestep data sets and not to deal with them in the recommendation. There were many reasons for that, but one of the things, and I'm interested in your perspective, is that in different disciplines of science, social sciences, and even STEM, there are very different cultures about where the data is stored. I worked for American Geophysical Union for quite a few years, and I didn't have the luxury to stay the hell away from Earth and space sciences. And they, to their credit, have a very well-developed system of world data centers.
They do.
Which is not the case, for example, in optics and photonics. Now I work for the Optical Society. Okay. And of course, the psychologists and psychiatrists, the social sciences in general, have a very different system, and they are concerned about the privacy of their data. So what do you think about, first, citing data versus including it as a supplemental material, and two, where the data is stored, the repositories?
Well, to the first question, I actually should have put that in this talk, because I think supplemental material sort of as a format for putting data is horrible. It's horrible because, and I've had this experience myself. Someone published a paper, a colleague at Children's Hospital in Boston published a paper with a really interesting interaction network discussed in it, and he gave all sorts of information about his interaction network in the supplemental material. It was all in the form of PDFs, and you couldn't get any of the data out. It's just a horrible, just a horrible mess. And also there really aren't any sort of standards. There's no metadata, not really standard metadata on supplemental material. It makes it really hard to discover it. So I think that is actually yet another reason that you should cite data, and I'm, sort of, so that's my answer to the first question. The second question is really your comment about the different cultures. I've observed that, yes. I have a colleague, Mercedes Croces at the Harvard Institute of Quantitative Social Sciences. They have a huge data archive for social science. This is now standard practice in social science. They have what they call replication data and deposit it in the Dataverse, right? So it varies from field to field, and I think probably it has to be kind of picked up field to field, right? So we're just focusing this pilot on biomedicine, right? And I'll let other people try to boil the other oceans, right?
More questions? In that case, thank you very much, Tim. And it's break time. There should be coffee out there and water, and it can't come back in here, please, not even the water, reminder. And we'll see you after break.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the last session of the first day of JATS-Con. As far as I know, I have no announcements to make. How very unconference-like. But there are some.
Don't forget to see Laura back at open session, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Okay, if you have something to say in the open session, find Laura. Laura, where are you? Back in the corner. Okay. I've often wanted to do that. Okay, our first speaker this afternoon is Chandy Pereira. I I don't know if Chandy actually has a real life because he seems to spend all of his time traveling to conferences and customer sites, and every time I go any place interesting, Chandy's there. And talking about the interesting places he's been in between. Part of that, I think, is because he lives an awfully long way away, and so he might as well make use of it once he gets on an airplane. And the other is that he's got a product that makes pages out of XML, including JATS, and that's not the usual thing. There are actually several of others around, including people from at least one of them in this room. But it's a pretty cool thing to be able to do nonetheless. And it gets him involved in a lot of projects. And instead of telling you about Chandy or his cool projects, I'm going to let him do both of those things.
Thanks, Tommy. All right, that mic is definitely on. Let me see if I can get it pointing towards me. All right, so I'm Chandy Pereira. I am I work for a company called Typify Systems, and as Tommy mentioned, we make pagination software, and that's all I'm really going to say about Typify Systems. If you want to find out more, come and hassle me later. But what I'm going to talk about today is implementing multilingual workflows, especially around JATS. As in, as a vendor, we work with a lot of customers around the world, and traditionally this has almost exclusively in the domain of manufacturing. So if you make something, you want to make a manual in multiple languages and run across a few problems, and there's solutions for that. But with the release of BITS and STS and kind of branching away from journal articles, which normally tend to be monolingual or single language with maybe title or abstract translated or title abstract translated, it really hasn't been a problem. But as we're going into things like definitely BITS and STS, and you'll hear a bit more about STS later, translation becomes a really big problem, and also content originating from other languages, how to deal with that becomes an issue. So that's what I'm going to cover. So just to give a bit of a background, I gave a part of this paper, not this whole paper, but kind of a very similar paper at JATS-Con in Asia in October. So I know there's a few people who are kind of doubling up, so you'll see some similarities, but there'll be some differences as well. And after I gave that presentation, I was kind of asked, look, can you kind of round that out and maybe think about this JATS-Con? So here it is. So when we looked at multilingual workflows, we said, okay, so what are some of the issues that people normally face? And this goes across, BITS and JATS and STS and a few others. And we came up with a list of about 30 different issues, significant issues that we spend a lot of time on with our customers. And we said, well, I can't really write about 30 issues. That'll be a book. So I'm not going to write a book. So we decided to cut it down to probably 3 or 4 key issues, especially ones that concern this area, and so that's what this is about. So, but before I keep going, why is multilingual publishing important? Because it's a multilingual world. As in, if you look at Ethnologue, there's just over 7,000 living languages registered on there, and 8 of those languages account for about 40% of the world's population as their native language. 84 languages account for about 80%. So it's not, even though we have a huge number of languages, a small number of languages kind of make up a majority of that. On the table on there, you will see that these are the only 10 languages that have more than 100 million speakers natively. And it's about 52%. So this is a lot like the published, it's got a really, really long tail. And out of those, only 3 languages are written in Latin. So this is a Latin character set used in Spanish, English, and Portuguese. Everything else uses a different character set, which brings us to all very unique problems, which is what I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. So just the same thing. All the countries in kind of this this color here. That's Latin speakers, and the rest are non-Latin speaking languages. Now, that's great, but as we, there's a lot of documented evidence, and we understand that English is the language of commerce, is language of science, and that is said many times. And there are genuinely about 3 non-native English speakers for every 1 native English speaker in the world. And that's about 1.5 to 2 billion people, or about say 28% of the population. And if you add the rest of the Latin script cousins in, so Spanish and French and so on, then you kind of get up to about 35%. So 35%, this is the largest group, single language group that's used commonly in the world, but it's only 35%. There's still 65% of the people who do not read Latin script, let alone English. And this is really important, as in JATS, journal articles, it's normally in one language. There are some journals, a very small number of journals that translate their articles, but mostly what I see is even the international journals, they translate the title and the abstract. Does anybody here know of a very major journal that translates all the articles all the time? No. But it is. But when you're going to books, definitely it is a big thing. When you go to standards, it's a national requirement. So, for example, if you're adopting standards, they do get translated to the local language, and hence STS. So, what I'm going to talk about is 3 problems that, 3 kind of probably larger problems, at least according to me or our opinion, that you come across when you're doing a multilingual workflow. So to talk about this, I'm going to kind of come up with a very simplified publishing workflow. All right, so this probably applies to most publishing activities. You have origination phase where you were commissioning or you're authoring or you accept somebody else has written. It's more or less content development phase. That happens. Then the document comes in. After acceptance, you might go through a technical editing phase. A book will go through editing phase. Then after that technical edit is finished, you're fairly sure the content is 99% there. You go through a production phase. The production phase is copy editing, tagging, typesetting, and that might be typesetting for print, typesetting for digital, or production for digital. Really doesn't matter. Then you'll go through a QA step, so the author proofs, the proofreaders, and you'll go back to production. Change some of those tags, change some of the copy edits. Do that circle a few times, and eventually it'll go out through distribution. So this is a very, very simplified, very generic publishing workflow. Now, that is for a single language. So what happens if you have multiple languages? What happens if you want to translate that document into multiple languages? So this is one way of doing it. So if you work in trade publishing, if you work for Penguin Random House or Simon & Schuster, this is a very typical workflow, assuming you're not talking about Harry Potter or one of the top 10 books. You go through origination, you more or less publish the book. You publish the book, then you take it to Frankfurt and you say, who wants to license this book from me? And people bid, you offer the license. Sometimes you just give them the print copy. Sometimes if you're lucky, you might get a Word version or InDesign version or a Quark version. And then that publisher goes through a whole publishing process all by themselves, where they translate, they edit, and they go through the same process again. There is very little correlation between the two. It is 2 very different workflows. This is great for trade publishing. As in, Harry Potter really doesn't go out of time, it doesn't kind of expire, the information or it doesn't become old or stale. But imagine if this is a book on treatment of Zika. By the time you finished and then somebody else has finished and they translated, by the time you finish it, it is going to be a long time. So definitely for scholarly publications or reports or reports from international government agencies, this is not an ideal workflow because when you launch that report on, world poverty or, primary health care or something, as a prime minister or you an agency head, you don't want to be just holding up the English version of the book saying, yes, the French and the Spanish and the Chinese and the Arabic will be here in a few months, it's okay. That's not really acceptable. So what they do is quite often they go through a parallel production process. So really at the technical editing stage, as soon as the content is somewhat finalized, it's sent out to all the different people, they translate, they edit, and they go through production. If only it was simple as that. So what happens is, because multiple people are editing this document at the same time, the same issue is being picked up by multiple people, corrections are being made from all different directions. So if you're working on the English version, the editor working on the Italian version might come back and say, actually, this table on, chapter 7, that table is wrong. We should be using this data set. And so therefore, the English editor would need to make that change, and the English editor might pick up something different. The French editor didn't, and it'll need to go to them, and so on. So there's a huge amount of overhead in doing this. As I said, content is translated very early in the process. Multiple languages are edited at the same time. The benefit of this is there's multiple eyes on the document. So generally, this also ends up with a better quality. The output quality tends to be better with something like this if the coordination between the processes are good. I have seen this end up in disaster because the coordination hasn't been there, or the staff to do the coordination hasn't been there. But generally, if you have good project management, this requires good project management and good issue management. But the best thing is it is fast. It's not efficient. There's a lot of duplication because people are editing. Multiple eyes are going through over the same content all the time. Just so that this is there's the URL at the bottom. This is actually from the World Health Organization. So this is their workflow for translating 5 languages. This was presented at an ALPSP conference by one of the Melanie Luckner, who's their production editor at the time. So you can see this is exactly the type of chaos you have to deal with when you're working with a multilingual publishing process. Now, what does that have to do with JATS? So generally, scholarly publishers are working with time-sensitive information. So they prefer to publish all the different languages as quickly as possible. And definitely, if you're from somebody like the World Health Organization or the International Monetary Fund, you do need to you have a requirement to publish at the same time. It's not you prefer to, you have to. They do make but nobody is highly parallel because it is very chaotic and very expensive. So generally, it's a compromise between kind of, one end there's Harry Potter, other end is what I showed you earlier. You kind of pick a spot in between what you can afford to do and, meets your deadlines, and you do that. Now, one of the issues we've come across with this is JATS as a file format. I'm talking about a schema as XML file. It's not great for parallel translation. Because you are changing different components continuously, it's very hard to look at a JATS file and say, well, did I change this table on this French version of this file or not? Now, most of the people who are doing this, as in the people who do this quite extensively are manufacturers, and they don't use JATS, but what they do is they do actually break up all their content into a component content management system, and they version it there so that this does not become an issue. But be very careful doing this with JATS files because we have had people kind of fall off the cliff after 3 or 4 languages because it's very hard trying to keep which version of the table is in this document. Doesn't mean it can't be done. There is somebody who actually done a really clever implementation. I asked them if I can mention them, and they said no. But they use Subversion on here, so they just keep checking things to Subversion, and they introduce the version attribute in there that puts like a build ID, version ID in there, and that seems to do the trick. So yeah, that's the workflow part. Just want to this time, perfect. So the next thing I want to talk about is fonts. So it's not specifically fonts, but very much rendering. Something I hear often when I go to publishers is, we really want to use this font. We've used this font for 35 years. It was a font we originally published in 1975, and we want to keep using it. There's one problem. The font's not Unicode it's not Unicode compliant. Which means where your letter A should be some other glyph and where your letter B should be some other glyph. And if you're doing a multilingual workflow, please use a font that's Unicode compliant. There's lots of them out there today, so that shouldn't be an issue. Also, secondary, choose a font with very good language coverage. This is where you have a bit of tension between the graphic designers and the production team. So the graphic designers might go and choose a beautiful looking font, but guess what? It barely covers English, let alone accented characters. So if you use all your, I suppose, persuasive skills in production to try and get a font that has got as much coverage as you possibly can. And even after having done that, one of the things you are going to experience is you're going to get multiple language groups appearing in the same sentence or the same paragraph. There's some examples up there. This is from the World Health Organization journal, the bulletin. The DOI of that is on my paper. But you can see in the Arabic abstract here, there's English content in line. And same with the Chinese abstract. I didn't put the Russian and the Spanish and so on there. But as you can see, the Arabic is in a different font to the English. So you really need your publishing system or the publishing process you're using to be able to understand, okay, I'm in this Unicode space, I need to switch to this font. I'm in this, I'm in Chinese right now, or my content is in Chinese, so therefore I need to switch to the Chinese font. I am in Arabic, therefore I need to not just switch to the Arabic font, but Arabic composition going right to left rather than left to right. And most systems do that, but make sure that whatever you do does support that. Now, that said, who here still does, who has come from a background of print production? Okay, there's a few people, so that's great. So you would know there are more font faces than the 4 faces that Microsoft gives us. Microsoft says there's a bold, there's italic, there's a bold, italic, and regular. And the world's kind of normalized in that sphere, but that's not where the real world is. If you go to a graphic designer, this is Minion Pro. This ships by default with Adobe InDesign. It's a very, very commonly used font, and that alone has 10, 12 faces there. And if you buy the Premiere Pro version, it's got about 30 faces in there. Bold, for example, does not always mean bold. So, for example, you might say, look, I want that heading to be bold, but the graphic designer might say, look, I'm going to use a regular font for my body text, and I don't want my headings to look too dark, so I'm going to use a semi-bold. In Microsoft Windows, if you take a regular content, chunk of regular content, make it bold, it becomes bold. You make it bold again, the bold disappears. If you have a properly linked font, what you're going to get is you find regular content, you make it bold, it'll become a semi-bold. You make it bold again, it'll become a demi-bold. And you make it bold again, it'll become the bold. Then you make it bold again, it'll become the black. It's kind of got a scale of blackness in there. And that's how most typesetting systems work. So therefore, that's what I mean when you mean bold, it might not always mean bold. And this is just in Latin at this point. So, for example, if you have a journal article and the journal article's heading or the article title is in bold condensed as a format, as a font face. Now, in that, there's some content that needs to be italicized. So if you apply italic to it, suddenly you're going to go from a bold condensed, which is a very thin, dark font, to a very thin spread font, and it's going to look really weird. So really what you need to go is, when you have italicized content in that article title, it needs to go from bold condensed to bold condensed italic. These are some of the things that you kind of need to work with when you're just working with Latin. Now, imagine you had to do that across multiple languages. This kind of brings up a very important issue. This is the issue of emphasis. So in Latin languages, there's multiple ways to emphasize text. You can do a bold, you can do italic, you can do a small cap, you can do an underline, though underline's not used so much anymore, kind of since about the 1950s and 60s. But you can use any of that to emphasize some text. Now, in English and in Latin languages, emphasis can carry semantic meaning. So for example, if genes italicized, a protein is Roman. Now, the problem is many other languages, non-Latin languages, definitely don't have capitals. So capitalization's out for emphasis. They don't have a bold, especially if you go to script languages, you go bold, the lines kind of merge together, and you could actually change the meaning of the glyph. Or you definitely cannot use italic. Now, of course, you can type, you go into Microsoft Word or Adobe InDesign, you go into Microsoft Word or HTML, you type in some Chinese, you italicize it, the rendering tool's going to go, but that's not really correct. Those lines need to be straight. They're straight for a reason. So the challenge here is Latin languages don't support emphasis. So when you're translating from a Latin language to a non-Latin language, like from English to Japanese, what do you do with your bolds? What do you do with the italics? What do you do with your small caps? Underline you can probably preserve. So this is a decision you need to make. So so what I'm trying to get at is actually before I do that. So this is an example of emphasis in Arabic. On top, it's called the overlining. It's right here, and then this is Japanese Katen. So this is actually from a paper from the Japanese one. Example is from a paper from JATS-Con Asia a few months ago. But again, you have emphasis dots or the emphasis little strokes in the vertical writing, and that is the only way of emphasis. So what we need to do when you go from English to Japanese is all the bolds need to become emphasis that is either an overline in Arabic or the emphasis dots in Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and so on. So, as I said, so how do we map this? There is no fixed convention on this. This is a discussion you need to have with your subject matter experts. You need to talk to the people who authored the content and ideally somebody who knows Chinese at the time and say, look, we have this bold content in English or French. How do I, what is the correct rendering of that when I go to Chinese or another language? And what happens if the content originates from a non-Latin language? This is actually something we're dealing with right now. There's a customer we have who is using JATS or who's trialing JATS for Arabic. Now, are they going to use the bold as the emphasis? Are they going to use the underline as the emphasis? Actually, that's what we told. We said use underline, and we'll use the underline as an overline, and you're good. And when you come back from Arabic to English, what do we change that to? Because we can't change the overline to an underline, because that's going to look really odd in English. Do we change it to a bold? Do we change your italic? And this is a discussion you need to have with your subject matter experts, saying, look, what is appropriate? How is it going to work? And you have a lot of options. You can use color. You can use font size. You can use underline. You have a whole range of things you can use, but make sure to check with the subject matter experts that it is appropriate for the language that you're rendering. What we do on the technical end, it's relatively simple. On the technical end, what we do is we use what's called a mapping table. So this is kind of the top left-hand corner of our table. So this is for almost all of our customers. We do this. This is a Google spreadsheet, and it kind of has about 400 columns that go one way and about 200 rows that go down. 50, 60 rows that go down for the biggest customer that has most amount of languages. So more or less along the top here, this is Unicode range. So along the top is the paragraph style. And along, kind of under that are the inline styles. So for example, if you have English content, let me go back up. If you have English content and it's body text and it's bold, then we apply that style. Now that style in this template could be, Helvetica semi-bold. When you go to Russian, it might be a different font, a different style. When we go to Arabic, that's definitely not going to be a bold because Arabic does not have bold. It is going to be Arabic font, just either emphasized with the overline or something like that. So what we have here is for each type of paragraph that's possible in this document, we have 4 variations of that and a really, really long table. Now, and so what happens is when the software is doing the composition, it's going through, it's checking in the Unicode ranges, where this glyph sits or series of glyphs sit, and it's wrapping the correct tags around it so that the correct rendering is happening. So one of the things I do want to mention here, though, is now, if we did have a generic emphasis tag, we are going to reduce this table by, we just need a Roman and emphasis. So we're going to actually halve the width of this table. So this is maybe something that I will put a request in on the form for the JATS committee, see what comes back. But definitely, halving the size of this table and halving the amount of work needed to do to implement something like this, it might be a good thing. Next thing I want to talk about is markup conventions. So quite often, people kind of work in one language, and there are some conventions. There's house style for formatting. Like, for example, I'm going to use the word fig instead of figure or figure instead of fig. I'm going to have, a space between my unit and my, unit symbol, things like that. But a lot of people don't think about, how my content is going to be impacted by translation. And that is something you should discuss very early in the process. If you're setting up a translation workflow, have this discussion well in advance. One of the things, and when you're creating the XML, be aware that you're going to be translating it. For example, I have a sample here. Hopefully it'll open up. Yes? There we are. So this is a standard from SFS, from Sweden. Thrilling standard, vocabulary of gear terms, part 1. Now, what they have is, in this document, they have the Swedish version and the English version of this document together. So they start with the Finnish version. I'm going to be in big trouble now. So here is the Finnish version. And because during the translation process and during the content creation process, they kept the IDs, the section IDs the same, we could actually link the sections. So for example, if I click here, I go to the English version, and if I scroll down a bit, and I go to section 1.1.1, I can come back to the Finnish version. This is great. And the only thing they had to do was keep the IDs consistent between the documents. Now, it's, sounds simple after the fact, but if you look at most of these standards and translation processes, you kind of throw away these attributes you've never used, to be honest, before, and you recreate them, or you do something. As in, the first time we got this, somebody had used GenID in XSLT and generated unique IDs for the whole thing. Wonderful, but we couldn't use anything with that. Unique IDs, but not really that useful. So let me switch back to close that. Okay. Use XML. If you can use XML-lang, please use XML-lang. And what I mean by that is, I said earlier, where am I? We use this auto-detection mechanism to work out which language we're in. But thing is, between English and French, we can't really auto-detect that because it is in the same Unicode space. So, for example, if you have an English sentence in the middle of a French document, we won't be able to say that's French. As in, it'll render beautifully, it'll look perfect. But if you have a screen reader, if you're talking about accessibility, the screen reader wouldn't know that sentence is in French. So it won't switch to French, it'll just try and read it in English, or Spanish, or Portuguese, or Swahili, which uses Latin alphabet. So if you have a Swahili phrase in the middle of an English paragraph, you do need to be able to say, look, screen reader, please switch to that language before you start reading this. So I know it's difficult to, especially if you do your kind of tagging outside without subject matter experts, it's very hard for them to understand what language some content might be in. But ideally, if you can tag things with XML-lang, it is going to make your life a lot easier, especially for accessibility and other rendering systems. Even though in print, it's going to look beautiful either way, by adding the extra metadata here, it's going to help you in other areas. And finally, but more importantly, author and edit the content to make translation simple. I'll give you a very good example. This is something that we have actually come up with. I won't mention who it is. So what they have here, this is from a book. So they say, for more detail on this analysis technique, refer to somewhere else. And what we do is we generate the content kind of in this orange here. That says see chapter 3, analytical techniques on page 36. So the word chapter comes kind of static but generated text. 3 is obviously dynamic, page numbers dynamic. Great. Now imagine if you want to translate this to multiple languages. That's the number of languages Typify staff speak. So I kind of sent it around and they sent me the translations. Now you can see I've chosen two key tokens. I've chosen the word chapter and I've chosen the word page. If you look, for most of these translations, they are not in the same sequence as in English. So therefore, doing a word-by-word translation is not going to help you here. You know what I mean? You can't really kind of translate the XML content and then translate the generated content, kind of stick it together and hope it's going to work, because it's not. Another example, very similar, appendix and page, and again you can see the tokens are not in the same sequence. So generally, and this is my opinion, this is not proven scientific fact, but in general, it's best practice never to mix static content and generated content in the same sentence. Keep them apart so that you could, when you're generating content, you can generate the sentence in the appropriate language, and the static content can be translated in appropriate language, and the two will flow together. Putting them together, there are some trivial cases here which I'm not going to touch, but in general case, do not do that. Also, separating this will help you not just with translating language, but it will also help you translate media. Because, for example, by doing something like this, by separating it out, you could, in print, you can actually see Chapter 3 Analytical Techniques, page 36, and for digital, you can just have hyperlinks saying see Chapter 3 Analytical Techniques. And it is going to make your life a lot easier by doing that. There's a whole bunch more of things, but these are some of the bigger ones that we've come across. So I'm just checking. Yeah. So in conclusion, I think it might be useful to have native support for parallel translation in JATS. It's not there, but I'm not really sure if that's going to help. As in, if you are doing, say 30 languages and you're managing 30 language translation using 30 files, you're probably in a difficult situation even without that attribute. So I'm not really sure if that's going to help. In my opinion, if you're doing something like that, use a database, use a content element management, component content management system, and break up your elements and translate it that way. Choose fonts appropriate for multilingual workflows. As in, more and more, as in this is probably issue number 2 we run across with our customers. The design group or the marketing group or somebody who's very good at visual design has chosen a font that's totally inappropriate for a multilingual workflow. Either it's not Unicode or it only covers a very tiny part of the space you need. So definitely choose something that is more practical. It's a bit like, as in one of our consultants said, it's a bit like going hiking on high-heeled shoes. You probably don't want to do that, even though if you can. Simplifying bold, italic, small caps into a simple emphasis tag would really help, especially if you're originating from a non-Latin language. Like if you're writing content in Japanese into JATS, then do you use bold, do you use italic, because none of those two are really have any meaning. Finally, formalize your editorial authoring markup rules well ahead of time, and in much more detail than you would for a single language process. But I think overall, and this is having worked on a few projects. To be honest, we haven't done much in JATS with multilingual processes because mainly it's just the abstract and the title that gets translated, and it's fairly trivial. But definitely in BITS and STS, we have worked on a lot of multilingual workflows, and it is and I would say both of these are well suited for translation and translation workflows. So, thank you. Yeah. Any questions?
Just comments. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was, actually very well formatted. And about regarding the, your third point of the conclusion, we have Japanese have proposed to implement the emphasis tag in the JATS, which is a generic tag in addition to bold, italic, or something.
Thank you. Great idea. It's probably going to reduce our workload when we do this by about, in that font mapping by about half.
Hi, Dorothy Hoskins from Adipon. Can you just comment a little bit on punctuation issues? For instance, French punctuation versus English. This is something that people don't necessarily consider when they're just talking about the translation. They don't think about the punctuation.
As in, for technical documents, generally the smallest atom of content they deal with is an element, like a paragraph. So within the paragraph, as in the English paragraph might have had 3 sentences, the French might have 4, or the German might have 1. In that sense, there is a fair amount of freedom within that single element for them to work with. So the punctuation very much comes from the translator in that sense, because we're not doing, well, you could do word for word translation, but even half decent translation memory product will kind of take it out and rebuild the kind of the paragraph with the correct meaning and insert the appropriate punctuation. But on the other hand, like if you go to an Indic language where there's a lot of the spacing is different, or Japanese or Korean where the spacing is different, then again the translation process will take care of that. And so the software doesn't have to deal with it. Debbie.
You had some excellent advice for us, Chandy. You said, select a font with good language coverage. Show of hands, how many of us feel competent to select a font with good language coverage?
One, you got a few. There we go.
I got half a dozen. Could you say a little more about that for the other 90% of us who don't feel competent to do that?
Certainly. So, as in, don't take this as an ad. This is just, as in, there's 2 fonts that I would recommend, Minion Pro and Myriad Pro, which are the 2 fonts you get for free if you have InDesign or any Adobe product. And you can get their Premiere Pro version, which covers all of Latin, all of Cyrillic, I think Vietnamese, I think possibly at least significant chunk of CCJK. This is the font that Apple uses, so if you go to, if you can buy an iPhone, the word iPhone is spelled out on this font. So it's a good looking font. It's got good coverage, and there is probably 10 or 15 other fonts that in that space. As in Minion and Myriad would be the 2 I recommend, because they're almost next. If you buy Adobe product, they're free. If not, it's like $20, $30 for a copy, so it's relatively cheap. But on the other end, there are some very, very expensive fonts that have very good coverage as well, which I can't think of the names right now, but my details are there, so if you can email me and I can let you know more.
Hi, Greg Fagan from DCL. Could you just give a bit more explanation about your first and last bullets? Because when I read them, they seem to contradict one another.
So what I was talking about, so if you have a parallel translation process, one of the things I said earlier is, let's say you have 20 languages you're working with. You have an English JATS file or a bits file, French file or Spanish file. In the Spanish file, somebody finds, oh look, this table is incorrect, we need to correct that. They notify the English person and the French person and 18 others. Now, while that notification is being made, somebody who's editing on the English file finds something else and sends a notification this way. So each of these corrections are being made at a paragraph level or a table level or a box level or something like that. The problem with JATS, using JATS files natively, is you don't know what you've changed and what you don't. You have to keep an Excel file on the side or a to-do list on the side saying, I've made these changes. So it doesn't say, when you change it, you can't say, look, this element is now version 1.2 and that element's version 1.1. Now, the reason I say, so that is a theoretical limitation, but in practice, doing something like that just using files is madness. I would recommend strongly that if you have to do that, just get a component content management system, get Exist, it's free, put the content in there, version it, deal with it there. So that's what I'm saying. Look, there is no native support, but I don't think adding native support is really going to help anybody. The last one I'm saying is, generally it's a good schema, as in we have worked with other schemas that are awful at translation. Because, like for example, how cross-references are handled is very different. How generated content, there's a lot of freedom in how we handle generated content here. There's IDs almost everywhere. There's XML lang almost everywhere. Which means it's a, you know what I mean, it's probably not the perfect DTD or the schema, but it's probably, 80, 90% there. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Mario Blažević from Stilo. Kind of continuing on the previous question, at one point or two you said that there was an option of keeping translations in separate files or keeping them all in one file. I can't even wrap my head around that latter option. How would that even look in JATS?
Okay, so there is actually one customer. So the one I showed you here, where are we? I showed, there we are. So that's the World Health Organization. So what they have is they have journal articles. So if you go to the www.who.in/bulletin, you'll go to their bulletin website. For each article is the body of the article is in English, author, title, abstract, body is in English. Then right at the end, they have author, title, abstract in Arabic, French, Spanish, Russian, Chinese, and I'm missing one. But they have 6 languages all up. So in that case, all of that is in the same file. So they're using alt, Bruce, or you might be able to help me. They're using alt title and trans abstract. Thank you. They're using trans abstract and alt title. And that's fine, but you don't want to do that with a book.
Sasha Schwarzman, the Optical Society. That's a great presentation, very informative. I've learned a lot. Just a little observation. Some of your examples that claim to be in Russian are not actually in Russian.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I will mention that to, as in we have some Russian staff, and I said, could you please translate this? And that was what I got back, unfortunately, or fortunately.
Looks like Ukrainian, I think, but I'm not sure.
They are based out of Ukraine, thank you. Oh, all right. I think I saw a sign saying no political tweeting or messaging, so I'm going to... Any other questions?
Just a quick question to the JATS folks. We have the article type can be a translation, which according to the spec is a translation of an article originally produced in a different language. So we do have some publishers that provide us articles as article type equals translation. So that's obviously one way to do it. Have you had experience at all with the submission, the production of translated articles like that for JATS?
Not normally, as in, okay, there is, like, for example, the World Health Organization, they also produce a Russian version of the same article. But the article type on there is like the article type, like, research paper or editorial and so on. So it's not translation of editorial, so I'm not really sure what the requirements around that is. I'm not even sure if that ends up in PubMed.
That just occurred to me then. Is there a way in JATS, and anyone's free to answer this question, to indicate what the authoritative source document is against a translation? So if you have translated versions of your document, theoretically the original language is the authoritative source and the translations are as good as you can make them.
There's a related article, but it gets kind of icky kind of fast if you're trying to do anything other than saying this is related. If you have an idea for what we need, you could make a suggestion. Note, suggestions do not have to be solutions. Suggestions can be descriptions of problems.
Soichi Tokizane of the University of Tokyo. I have to add that European languages use bold, italics to express a meaning. For example, the italics are used to express Sometimes the journal names and bold is used to express something else. And we also propose to introduce the semantic tag to generically express such semantic meanings.
Agreed. That is why. Oh yeah, I'm Debbie Lapierre, Mulberry Technologies. Sorry, end of day. Agreed, Soichi. That's why named content is there. So you can say, this is a genus species name. You do not have to say this is italic. Problem. Some people use that. The TaxPub people use it a lot. Most people say, it's a genus species name. It's italic. I agree with you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are ending the day with what I'm hoping will be a lively talk. The reason I hope that is we've got 3 speakers, right? So they're going to be pushing each other aside and grabbing the microphone and
A few acrobatics, a little
Yeah.
bit of fire tossing.
absolutely, we've got to keep it lively here. We particularly have to keep it lively here because not only is this a conference about a tag set, I mean, come on, it's a conference about a tag set. How interesting is that? These people are going to be talking about standards. Oh, good man. At the end of the day, they're talking about standards, and they're talking about a standard for standards using a standard tag set. So what I'm wondering is every third word going to be standard?
We're going to try.
Okay, good. Maybe I'll count.
You tell us how much at the end.
Yes, what we have here is 3 of the people who are deeply involved in the NISO STS standards. They're going to tell you what they're going to tell you. I don't need to tell you this. These are people who are leading the work to make a standard for standards based on JATS.
Good afternoon. Thanks for sticking with us. It's always so much fun to be last in the day. But we're glad to have you with us, and I'm very glad to be up here with these 2 gentlemen who really are the leaders of our NISO STS activity. We have Bruce and we have Robert. They're our co-chairs, and if I accidentally butcher any of our technical facts, they're here to give me a good shove and send me back on the correct direction. We are very privileged to be here, and I feel very privileged to share my podium with them. We're going to be bouncing back and forth, so just bear with us as we each step forward and take a few turns. We are just trying to keep it dynamic, so you stay awake for us. So we have standards. We're here to talk about standards. And, in the standards world, we're very serious and we don't have a lot of fun. You talk about people thinking outside the box. We are the box. And so we're having as much fun as we possibly can with the concept of finally standards coming to standardization. I've eaten out and dined out on that joke plenty of times. And the cute thing about the standards world is we all think it's hysterical and we laugh and laugh. So there's hundreds of standards. There's 200 accredited standardization organizations just here in the United States, and another group that are unaccredited. We have national standards bodies across the globe, and all of them are publishing independently of each other without standardization. Nuances of standards that make us unique. We do updates. We do versions. We have different committees. Instead of authors, we have committees authoring content. So all of these things can differentiate us from articles. So did anybody go traveling in Europe sometime around the 1980s? Remember how much fun that was, crossing from Germany into Italy and to France and going to the Travel X and getting all your cash exchanged? So that's where we are with the standards community. So Europe came up with the Euro, and we are coming up with a standard structure for standards. We're going to aid production. We're going to facilitate interchange. We're going to promote interoperability. And we're going to create new publication opportunities for all those who participate in this activity and join this structure. So Bruce is going to step forward now, and he's going to review how we got to where we are and our standards for standards direction. So Bruce.
Great, thank you, Leslie. So the STS project has its origins back about 6 years ago with a project that was specifically for ISO. Not dissimilar in the fact that JATS, if you go back to the origins in 2002, we didn't set out to create a standard for journal publishers. We were trying to solve a very specific problem. In ISO's case, what their problem was is that they had a workflow completely centered around Word and PDF, and there was no XML in it at all. They actually had an authoring template. As with most authoring templates, the compliance ran anywhere from about 0 to 100%, with most maybe hovering around 50%. And that required a huge amount of in-house cleanup of the Word file that came in. Ultimately, they'd push a button, they'd make PDF. But the beauty of this workflow, and this goes back to something Leslie said a minute ago, is that with standards, you have to be able to do updates. So they had a Word file that was the exact copy of the final publication, and you could take that and give it right back to the committee for them to work on the next update, whether that was going to be 1 year later or 10 years later. But in this workflow, there was no XML, which meant there was no HTML, there was no EPUB, and a bigger picture issue was it was an incredibly slow and inefficient publication process. It, on average, was taking ISO 6 months from the point they got the Word file from the committee to the point that they could actually publish it. So ISO set out to re-engineer their workflow. And they had a couple of goals, one of which is they wanted to get not just PDF, but HTML and EPUB. They wanted to have their content in a form that they could drive new contents in the future. They wanted a more dynamic way to create change documents. What they were doing to create change documents, in part because track changes in Word wasn't going to be practical, is they were essentially recreating manually after the document had been published something that looked like a Word track changes document but using underline and strike through. It was a painful process for all of this. And if you want more details, there's actually an article that was in Standards Engineering 3 years ago that goes into much more detail about their whole set of workflow changes. From the perspective of what we're talking about right now, they needed a DTD. And so they went to Mulberry Technologies, started talking with Debbie and Tommy, said, what do we do? And Debbie and Tommy first said, well, where are we going with all this? And what they stepped back and did is looked at 4 existing standards, did a doc book, JATS and TEI. It was decided very early on, let's not build something from scratch. There's already too much out there. And JATS was selected for the foundation and essentially modified to create STS, Standard Tag Set, for ISO standards. Why select JATS? A few reasons. Standards and journal articles, once you get past the metadata, actually share a lot of structures. They have sections, they have tables, figures, equations, bibliography. It looks like a lot of the same stuff. JATS provided a well-developed and well-tested model, and it was easily modifiable. There's documentation on the JATS website if you want to make a derivative model as to what the proper rules are to go ahead and do that. Another reason for JATS, and also for at least deciding to work with one of these 4 standards to begin with, is that there was already a lot of strong third-party tool support. If they'd gone to something that was completely proprietary, they wouldn't have had that strong foundation. So the course from JATS to ISO STS is, first of all, it was based on JATS version 0.4, because in 2011 that was the current version of JATS. And it was really not a large set of changes that were made, fundamentally. The top-level element was changed from article to standard. The article meta and journal meta elements were completely removed, and in their place were added ISO meta, regional meta, and national meta metadata blocks. TBX, term-based exchange, which is yet another ISO standard for defining terms and definitions, was added as the XML model for the terms and definitions sections of standards. That's actually something that can be very, very, excuse me, highly structured. And then some additional elements were added to cite other standards. ISO turned around and not only started using this for their own needs, but they made it publicly available. And that's the URL. You can go to that site. They made the DTD, the documentation, and other resources, including Schematron, available. And they made this available to other organizations that develop standards. Their primary focus was national standards bodies. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob, who's going to take it forward from here.
What is a standard if everyone doesn't have their own? Paper. So why create NISO STS? ISO had been using STS successfully for some time, but it was designed specifically for their use and the use of the national standards bodies, which is a unique environment and a unique relationship. With NISO STS, we'll create a formal standard supporting broader use, make it easier to create tools for the entire life cycle of a standard from creation through end use. We'll ease conversion, building on JATS familiarity, provide common documentation and best practices, and create a common format for interchange, the metadata, full text, data, and building on experience rather than reinventing the wheel. And lessening the burden of normalization. In the end, we're making it easier for small publishers to work with XML. This is kind of like the ISO story, except we started at the same time, but ended later.
But then restarted.
So in 2013, ASME published our most important code standard. It's the boiler pressure vessel code from XML. It was based on DocBook. It was the culmination of a project that had begun 6 years earlier at a near astronomical cost. And this is a picture of the 2013 edition, complete with binders. It's 31 products, 17,000 pages, and it's evolved relatively free form over 100 years. And now it's published every other year. So we produced this in an incomplete XML environment that was highly customized, thus fragile, thus unstable, and in the long run, really unsustainable for boiler code and for the other standards. Even before the publication, we started looking at what we could learn from, what we could salvage, and what would have the greatest impact, positive impact, if we changed. After a lot of discussion and thought, and more discussion and thought, we had a face-to-face meeting with some of our development partners. And at the end of it, we had decided on data XML and an intermediary format driven from XSL for composition in the old 3B2 APP PE. We wrapped things up, and then we walked across the street to the annual SSP conference, only to hear that ISO was considering work on the STS, trying to couple it with JATS under NISO and make a formal standard for standards. And we thought, if there's going to be a standard, we want to be a part of that. So in May 2015, ASTM and ASME submitted a NISO work item proposal and sponsorship for the NISO STS project.
So Bruce mentioned to me that Robert was going to do just a quick little history for ASME and asked if I would do something similar for ASTM. And Robert made it very easy for me because he put out his lovely picture of all his doorstops. And we have doorstops too, but I didn't have time to put out the whole set. So here's a nice picture of 1990 our annual book of standards at ASTM's index, and then the same product in 2015. So in the 1990s, ASTM International converted its 60,000 pages of the Book of Standards from its previous proprietary composition format into SGML. We used Arbortext and the now SDL-owned Contenta. And when I showed off the 1990 book, really, to be fair, we were about 1996 when we got started, and we were finished by the end of the decade. And the thing was, we liked our SGML system. We really did. We liked it. It was satisfactory for us, and every time, I remember going to remember the very last Saybold meeting? I don't know if anyone here, I know Tommy and Debbie were at the very last US-based Saybold meeting, because that's where I first got to meet them. And I came back from it, and I said to everybody at ASTM, we need to convert our standards to XML. And the response was, yeah, the SGML is just so gosh darn useful. It's working so well for us. But we then saw that we would have more options with XML as that decade went on, and we began to seriously consider it for tools and data management. So we now have 90,000 pages, and by the time we committed to converting, we got started in 2010, and by 2012 we were completed. And through the conversion, we remained fairly committed to the DTD that we had had under the SGML. So we weren't really changing a whole lot. We were just changing from SGML to XML. But as far as the back end, we did some cleanup. We got rid of 49 tags and made things better. It was a cleaner document and made our HTML a lot cleaner, but it still wasn't what we would say interoperable. It was still proprietary. So we were lonely. We were lonely in SGML, and we were still lonely in XML. So just about that time, we started talking to Robert. A director at a well-known SDO said to me about XML conversions, why do they never end? And ours hasn't ended because we're going to have another go, as the British would say. Like ASME, we're committed to interoperability, and we're going to happily follow them to the NISO STS option. Robert's going to tell us a little bit more about the details of that. Just mention a few other things that we're doing. We're already reviewing some future product-related activities that would not be possible if we didn't have interoperability to be able to work with other organizations. And just on a side note, because ASTM, we are SVG enthusiastic, I'll mention that we also converted all our line art to SVG in the last few years. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's how we feel. Okay, so Rob, you're going to tell us a little bit more about the working group. Oh, sorry.
Here's a list of slides.
Yeah, I'm a slide person. Okay, yep. There we go.
Okay. So the work item approved, we had a call for participation in August 2015, the vacation month, and we had a surprising amount of interest. We rallied suppliers, vendors, consultants, we had standards development organizations and national standards bodies. Some actually joined NISO to be a part of this project, even though it's not actually required. We have about 50 members from over 30 organizations. And as we wanted to foster as much interest and input as possible and still get something done, we we created two groups, a steering group and a technical group. The steering policy group deals with some of the higher level choices and options that we need to make while working through a list of possibilities to clearly define what is in and out of scope. And the technical group, who works more with the details of implementation, culling samples, trying to cull samples, and actually kicked a number of things back up to the steering committee. There's actually good communication going back and forth between the two groups. The goals. We wanted to directly link STS with JATS. We wanted to build on and expand STS for broader usage, allow choices and options, components not currently supported to fulfill current needs and help, in turn, help foster adoption. Work to maintain backwards compatibility so current users of the ISO STS find moving to NISO STS as painless as possible. We're taking a multi-phase approach to help get version 1 out the door. Future phases could address non-normative documents like guides, companions, technical reports, though it's also been discussed that bits could work for that as well. Dual language standards, historical standards as current, even though current could be, I think our oldest one is 1940 something. Current standards is what has been defined as in scope, whereas historical documents not. We're also discussing right now revisions and change management. We've broken into a number of smaller subgroups, teams of 3 or 4 to work on some of the meatier chunks of work. We have a non-ISO SDO meta group to deal with co-published or co-produced standards, cross-ref support, looking at all the unique ways that standards talk about themselves. We have a citing group that works to support all the non-standard ways that standards talk about each other. A terms and definitions group to talk about non-TBX option for terms and definitions, which could be standards talking about everything else that isn't a standard. We have a translation subgroup regarding additional or unique metadata for translations and accounting for additional or excluded materials. Section type group that is looking at standard attributes to define some sections, such as like the scope, forward terms, and maybe even committees.
So we've made a lot of progress since our first meeting last October. And what Rob read from before was our initial mission statement when we set up the project with NISO. What I want to go through now are some of the key decisions that we've made to date. The first is reinforcing from the initial mission statement that we will make all reasonable efforts to be backwards compatible. Phase 1 will be designed for publishing cases that are structurally similar to ISO standards. We know that there are some standards out there that just look totally different from an ISO or many other SDO type of document, and those are out of scope for Phase 1. Phase 1 is only looking at normative documents, so there are all kinds of ancillary documents that standards publishers produce. If they are non-normative, they are out of scope, although again, for the short term, we're advising people take a look at bits for things like handbooks or guidebooks. Phase 1 will also model current content. As Rob was pointing out, it doesn't mean that we preclude back content. It doesn't mean we preclude, on the previous bullet, non-normative documents. It's just we're not going out of our way to support those during our Phase 1 work. The model will focus on the requirements of published documents and not the specific needs of XML authoring or production. What this means in one specific type of case is that there are some organizations that do line numbering during the drafting phase, but those line numbers do not appear in the final published document. Now, think about this for a second. Try doing line numbering in JATS. What's a line? We all have paragraphs, we all have sections, but lines are something else, and we don't encode those in JATS. For that reason, because we have the JATS-based foundation, we're staying away from those kinds of issues that would be essentially a pre-publication issue. Phase 1 will also not consider formatting, branding, or publisher-specific look and feel. That's all a rendering issue. We're focused on the structural information. As an extension from the original ISO STS work, which was done only as a DTD, the resulting product will be available in DTD, XSD, and relaxing. And ultimately, what we're going to do is upgrade the core of STS from JATS 0.4 to JATS 1.1, based on publishing, the blue model, not the green model. And this is interesting. It says to facilitate interchange. I need to step back for a second and explain that green was originally designed to facilitate interchange between publishers and archives and be able to mark up absolutely anything that was out there. And that kind of makes sense from the journal publishing perspective. From the standards publishing perspective, the very strong message that we've been hearing from publishers is we want to interchange between each other and our distribution partners, and we want as little variation going from one organization to the next as possible. Therefore, we want a more constrained model. And that's why we're using blue as the foundation, not green. Aside from those core scoping principles, some additions, we've agreed on making some additions, that we're adding the bits models for indexes and tables of contents. We're adding a notes group wrapper, because that actually came up from not an SDO, but one specific national standards body. We're adding XInclude, so people that have large multi-part standards can do those as separate XML files and pull them together with XInclude. Some likely extensions, DOI support. One of the important things that's happened in the last year and a half is Crossref has done a huge amount of work to rebuild how they handle standards, and it's much more appropriate for and specific to standards. In particular, you can now deposit a designation and all of its relationships to other designations within that family, and then you can query by designation. That's something brand new with Crossref. Some other extensions, adding support for in-text citations, and adding more generalized support for normative references and bibliographies where standards are cited. Rob talked about the subgroup to deal with metadata for SDO-specific metadata. And another aspect is that the TBX model that was adopted by ISO is a very cool model, but incredibly complex. And not everyone wants to go and mark up their terms and definitions with a model that complex, particularly because it looks a little more like element citation in that you don't have all the bits of punctuation and so on. So a simpler terms and definitions model is going to be added. You may have noticed on the title side, we had crossed out set and put in suite. The term suite gets used these days once you go to more than one model. And just as Tommy was talking earlier this morning about different math models, MathML 2 versus 3, we have the same with STS. Similarly with tables, we will have one model that has only XHTML tables and another that will have XHTML and CALs, and that's meant for internal production use. Partners can agree to interchange using that production model if the receiving partner can handle CALs, but otherwise if a receiving partner says, I want only XHTML, then you would have to, as a CALs user, convert to XHTML. So right now, and hopefully we won't expand beyond this, we have 4 models, not the 12 JATs plus 2 bits that Tommy put out this morning. JATS bits STS alignment is where things are going to get interesting. And I'm not going to say a lot about this, but just from a bit of history perspective, JATS and bits have always been informally aligned. There's a high degree of overlap in the working groups. That was not always explicitly clear in the one face-to-face bits meeting we had in August 2012. There were about a dozen of us around the table. And during the course of the 2 days, we kept saying, you know, that's really something for the JATS group to look at. Let's refer it over to them. And finally, as we did this for about the 6th or 7th item on the second afternoon, there was one woman at the table who looked around and said, you know, we keep referring a lot of stuff to the JATS working group. Is there anyone in the room from the JATS working group? And the 9 of the 12 of us around the table nearly fell over laughing because we were all in the JATS working group and she had no idea. So those have always been informally aligned, but we've had less of that going on between JATS and STS. And in fact, we've had explicitly 4 years without alignment. And so we've run into some interesting problems. In that 4-year period, JATS added a version element, specifically with respect to use in citations, to refer to a version of a cited object. STS added a version element in the metadata to talk about the version of this document. Well, we've been able to resolve that one. There will be some documentation. However, we have some open issues with PubDate and STD, where PubDate has a very different model, a PC data model, in STS, but it's a structured model in JATS, and that's something we haven't worked out a resolution yet. Also, STD has a different model in STS than it does in JATS, and that's something to be resolved. Title group was an interesting one. We were just about to release, or I should say, Debbie and Tommy were just about to release BITS 2.0, and they started doing some work on STS and suddenly discovered, whoops, within indexes and tables of contents, we're using title group. And the parameter entity for title group allowed in elements that weren't appropriate. So we very quickly, by email, had an agreement among the BITS working group to change to an index title group and a table of contents title group element. And so that's a non-backwards compatible change in BITS 2.0 that fortunately got in just under the wire. So interestingly, the work on STS fleshed out something in BITS that needed to be adjusted. However, we do have a future challenge that probably needs to be resolved by something more formal than just the current structure of informal messaging between the groups and member group overlap. So that's something that is still open for discussion. Let's talk about timeline. I am? Okay, sorry, timeline. We've been having monthly steering group calls and monthly technical group calls and subgroup calls as necessary. We hope to have a committee draft by this summer. Ultimately, our deadline is that we have to have something at vote no later than April 2017, because under NISO rules, you have to have something actionable within 18 months of the time a working group starts. So we are trying to really limit the scope of phase one to make sure that we can hit that deadline. And in the future, we'll consider multiple phases possibly to address items that were placed out of scope in phase one. Leslie.
Don't you think it's adorable that the two standards folks brought paper with them, and then Bruce is so slick, and he's a sharp vendor and lives in the world of digital, but this says a lot about the standards community, I guess. This slide we put out because we wanted to give you a sense of who is getting involved in the NISO STS or ISO STS activity. And so we rated them out just to describe the different categories. You'll see that for the adoptions, you've got some NSBs. So I know a lot of you aren't going to be familiar with these acronyms, and we can rattle them off, but ASCE, ISO, of course, NEN, SFS, SIS, SFS. These are groups, Standards Norway, who had already gotten involved with ISO when they finished their project. But some of the other folks who are getting involved now include ASME, ASTM, BSI, DIN in Germany, and so on. And I also wanted to draw your attention to the two asterisk groups. IEEE and SAE actually got started quite some time ago, and they're done, they're finished. SAE completed the end of last year. IEEE was already done. They weren't they weren't ready to wait. They weren't prepared to wait for an activity like this. In fact, they were finishing up before we even got started. So that's just my comment to say I think this activity is actually late in the day, just like this talk. And it could, we could have gotten going really a few years ago and had these folks incorporated. But they're part of our group, and they're conscious of what we're doing, and at some point, hopefully we meet with them, and what we're doing works with their content as well. So the next set of slides, I prepared really for the SPAB group. SPAB is the Standard Publisher Advisory Board, and we meet every winter. It's a group of standards developers, national standards bodies, and some resellers, some advisors, and a lot of the standards developers in the room there are still very, very happy with a Microsoft Word PDF workflow. So what I was doing was to show the benefits. I was doing a little selling. I was showing the benefits of the NISO STS activity and what they'd be able to do with it. It would be very patronizing and demeaning for me to read this out to you because you guys could have written this slide in your sleep. So we're going to move on. And really ditto for this slide. I'll just mention that there's a few bullets here that I'll call out because they are specific to the standards world. So bullet number 3, for example, multiple standards can be used across an enterprise or for a single project. So the standards are really used. And so if you're a large multinational like a Boeing, you might have a list of 15 to 100 standards that are absolutely critical to every single day of your operation, and they're going to show up in your ERP documents, they're going to show up in your R&D, and so being able to disseminate that content with proper licensing makes a lot of sense for our customers. I also wanted to call out the co-publishing of standards, which that's happened for a long time. Standards groups have gotten together, the SMEs who are members of the different groups say, we want you to work with each other and put this particular document together. So being part of NISO STS and having that interoperability is just simply going to make that so much easier. And Bruce has already talked about the DOI, so I'm going to go ahead and move forward to adoption. So areas and countries and regions will adopt standards, and so, but I really want to call your attention on this slide to the third bullet, which means I wanted to address the industry. Industry also has their own internal standards, and that's a really interesting concept to us because if many standards developers are using Word files and PDF, so are the large multinationals to the smaller OEMs to the smaller businesses. I've talked to some of these large organizations and I've said, well, how are you tracking your content? How efficient is it? How digital is it? And it's everything from, within the same organization, extremely efficient, proper content management system, but there's still some napkins in the file drawer with pen and ink drawings, and they're still relying on those as well. So the more we can pull ourselves through into a more digital age, then theoretically industry can come along and benefit as well. So my discovery slide, I definitely want to call out the wonderful members of the ODI group at NISO. They're doing a lot of work right now with interactions between publishers and discovery vendors, and they were very helpful in developing the paper that we've posted along with this talk. But for this slide, I'm just going to mention the librarian bullet. Bruce was at the Charleston conference last fall, along with some members from ASTM, and this particular talk was very good, and it talked about incorporating standards into the librarian situation. And if you have a moment, do by all means go to the paper, click on the link, and take a look at their presentation, because that's, working with the librarians and the academics is a whole other niche just for standards to have to consider and keep in mind. But instead of going through a lot of other comments about discovery, instead we thought we'd show you a movie, because again, it is the end of the day. And this is a movie that we showed to the SDOs and the NSBs at SFAB, because we wanted to give them a sense of what they could do with a more digital interoperable standard. Again, they say, well, my PDF is working fine. And I say, yeah, our SGML was working fine too. But here's some of the things that you could be doing if you move on to a digital world, and this is your future.
We get actual printouts of what we're doing, and on each page it gives us the full instructions of what we're doing to any given branch.
So when we get a packet of information, the first thing we have to go to is we have to segregate it. So each one of these is separate equipment numbers or ref deses that we have to go through. So each one of these tell us what parts to get, which connectors to use, what contacts, and pretty much how to build the product.
All these paper instructions were in a database, and that initially looked fairly easy to pull that data and to create an application for Google Glass. And so we met with their manager and asked for permission to see if we could develop a project in here using our internal application development funding.
The RNT came to us with the idea of using Google Glass, and we had meetings regularly to decide what we needed on the app.
So one of the first things we decided to ask them is we really wanted to make sure it was hands-free. We don't want to have to stop and look down at our paperwork every time we needed some information. And the good thing about Google Glass is we just glance up with our eyes and the information would be right there that we needed.
So what the Google Glass does up here is it replaces all the paper instructions for all the harnesses. So initially the technician will put on the glass, they'll come out here and they can select which wire harness they're working on. And that dives down into which branch do they want to go to. Then they can select the data for the branch, and in there are contained all the work instructions that you would find in that packet of papers for that branch. In the current process, they look up the wire number and they have to find that wire number on a plug map on paper. Right now with the Google Glass, what you do is you use a command wire 234, and it will actually put a highlighter on where it needs to go on that plug.
Okay, Glass, start a wire bundle. Number 201.
So the whole purpose behind the internal application development of Google Glass is to prove out that Glass is a feasible technology to use.
When Boeing made that film, they weren't even working on that as a pilot. That was just a prototype testing that they went through. And they filmed this, and they kindly let us show it, or they haven't objected yet, since I've shown it twice. So if anyone's here from Boeing or they see it, thank you so much. It's so interesting. The main thing that we wanted to get across to our SDO folks was, and friends and NSB friends, was Google Glass won't work with a PDF. And there's going to be more of this. This is ERP adoption of our content. Remember those 100 precious standards I talked about? They're going to be included in the specifications for whatever Boeing is putting together there. And that's going to go across multiple SDOs. The small ones that do very important standards, they may not do the boiler pressure vessel code and the size of what we saw from Robert, but they do have a lot of important content. So we certainly raised some interest, and as you saw, we have a lot of people on the committee. So that's great. We feel that's very successful. So Rob's just going to finish up for us, I think.
So NISO STS is, we're trying to create a common language and a more level playing field. It's an enabler that should create opportunities. It should not dictate, and I guess that should have been one of our goals. We try to clearly define use cases and needs and create a means or options for fulfilling those needs, not dictate how someone does their business. So there is more information here at NISO Workrooms STS. NISO, and we have actually started posting our decision meeting minutes. And there's also a sign up there for alerts for when new documents are posted. So you can always follow progress there. And that's it. Oops, wait. Bruce had conclusions.
I think they're eager to go home.
I think we can move to questions. You can all read the conclusions.
We're running out of time.
Wendell.
I have a frivolous question and a real question. The frivolous question is, how does a standards organization get to be accredited, and can I do it?
You would want to talk to the group in New York City. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to talk to the group in New York City called ANSI, the American National, the American National Standards Institute.
So there's a standard
for
for standards.
Beg your pardon?
There's a standard for standards then at ANSI.
It's a process.
It's a process.
So, which leads to my real
set of bylaws and rules.
So my real question is, I do not believe that it's a no-brainer that this should be JATS-based. I wonder what the data people are saying. They must be beside themselves. I think there are answers to that question. I think they're very interesting to speculate on, but I don't really know that much about it. So what would you guys say to why isn't this not DITA?
Well, I would say that there's already a trend, and that ISO chose JATS, and that the national standards bodies followed along. So if JATS works, and there's already a momentum, it makes a lot of sense for those of us who haven't selected our next direction to jump on that bandwagon. If it works, it works.
I'll just add to that, Wendell, that there are, I'm aware of 3 standards bodies that have gone ahead and done DITA implementations. 2 are active, 1 was set aside because it did not work well. of the two that are active, they tend to be fairly highly customized and not as portable as something like the JATS implementation.
Yeah, I mean, well, that conforms to my basic sense that I think that there's a different kind of requirement for interchange. In other words, we're talking about interchange across different sets of boundaries between different organizations. And JATS is well suited to a document-centric workflow where you have integrity at levels, whereas DITA is sort of designed for everything to be customizable and throw, you know, and that's not really the way standards are, although they may seem to be that way.
Implementations that I've looked at are designed for DITA end-to-end through the life cycle. So what that means is they've actually had to push DITA authoring out to the working groups. One of them, that just didn't work at all, which is part of why they pulled the plug on it. Another one, it's actually not DITA at the level of the working group, and they're doing a lot of manual work. And I don't know as many details about the third.
I would like to point out that TEI was also tried at least once, and that turns out not to be the greatest fit for standards as well.
I can build a fail system for you in JATS.
Nikos.
Nikos Markantonatos from Adipon. You mentioned choosing the blue DDD to enforce, to encourage interchange between different standards bodies. We know that when interchange comes along, consistency is key, and no matter which DDD you choose, it's very hard to preserve that consistency. Wouldn't it make sense to have a schematron layer that enforces some best practices before people start producing content under this NISO, new NISO DDD in 15 different ways?
Point. I'm sorry, absolutely it would. It's a great point. It is out of scope for the committee under phase one. However, ISO already has a schematron layer that is freely available at the URL that's in the slides, and I would expect that that will probably be expanded, not necessarily within the working group as time goes on, so that there will be consistency as you go from one standards body to the next.
I think we did discuss that early on in one of the steering committee meetings, didn't we? But we placed it out. Oh yeah, it was immediately after phase one, is I think how we put it.
Bruce, I'm going to mention one more thing. I've had a few people come up to me today and just mention some interest in this activity, and because the group is already so full at this point, the active members, I think that's sort of been sealed unless people drop out, but that doesn't mean that we're not interested in hearing from and having participation. So by all means, contact either one of these two gentlemen to my left. And
thanks, Leslie.
It was one of those that you can contact me as well. But it was one of those things where, because standards hadn't jumped on board into the XML world, we didn't want to discourage people being interested in it, and I don't want to discourage any of you either.
Any more questions or comments?
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a really good day one of JATS-Con 2016. See you back here same time tomorrow. Open mic. If you want to talk in the open mic, talk to Laura, who's in the back corner. Okay, see you tomorrow.